All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming to today's Port Ranch Neighborhood Council meeting. My name is Gabriel Kanyan, and I am the president on this council. I have a few announcements to make. This meeting is being recorded, and the recording will be available on our PRNC YouTube page, as well as our webpage, prnc.org. All meeting attendees will be automatically muted when they join the meeting. Attendees may address the board in one or two situations. Number one, comment on an agenda item, or number two, provide a general public comment. After each agenda item is read out loud and before a vote is taken on that item, if any, I will ask if any member of the public wishes to address the board regarding the agenda item being considered. At that time, the meeting attendees can electronically raise their hand to speak by pressing *9 if they are using a telephone for audio, or clicking the raise your hand button on Zoom. That will prompt the president that you wish to speak. I will go down the list of those who have raised their hands, turn on their audio one at a time, and ask him or her to go ahead and provide comment within a specific period of time. When the speaker's time expires, I will let the speaker know that their time has expired, thank them for the comment, and turn off the audio for that speaker. This process will continue until all attendees who raised their hands spoke. At that time, the board will discuss the motion and take a vote if they choose. As noted in the meeting agenda, there is an item dedicated to public comment on the items not on the agenda, but within the board's purview. When the item comes up during the course of the meeting, I will ask if any member of the public wishes to address the board regarding any issue that is not on the agenda, but is within the domain of the board's action and capabilities. At that time, the meeting attendees can electronically raise their hand to speak using the same procedures described previously. Please note that under the Brown Act, the board is prevented from discussing or acting on a matter that is brought to its attention during a general public comment period. However, the issue raised by a member of the public may become the subject of a future board meeting. Public comments is limited to 2 minutes per speaker unless adjusted by the presiding officer at his or her own discretion. Let's move on to the roll call. Christine?
Yes. David Lasher,
Here.
David Balin,
Here.
Hilda,
Here.
Jason,
Here.
Luis, absent, Becky,
Present.
Brandy,
Here.
Jennifer, Boss,
Jennifer's here. She's in.
Jennifer's here. I
I need
just
to bring
saw
her in. She's in the
Brought her in.
attendees.
got it, okay.
Here, yeah.
Myself here and Gabriel,
Here.
perfect, we have quorum.
Thank you, Christine. Let's
You're
move on to
welcome.
the next agenda item is the Pledge of Allegiance. Everybody stand up. Jason, is your daughter going to do it or should I?
I think she's ready.
Okay,
Let's
Yeah.
see.
let's go for it. Chloe, floor is yours.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United
United
States
States
of America,
of America,
and to
to
the
the
republic
republic
for
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 which
which it
stands
stands,
one
one nation,
under
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 God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty
and justice
and
and
justice
for all.
for all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is President's comments. I just want to say Happy New Year to everyone. I wish everyone had a wonderful holidays and New Year's, either at home alone with family or friends or whatever plans they had. I wish everyone a prosperous 2022. May everyone stay healthy and achieve all their goals for 2022. It might be a tough year, but let's make the best of it and a successful one. Let's move on to updates with representatives of public officials and city departments. Please raise your hand if you are here. I see Anthony, you want to move forward first? The floor is yours.
Oh, hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Anthony Angelini. For those who don't know, I'm the field representative for your state assemblywoman, Suzette Valadares. I in the last meeting, I believe we advised on a letter that your group wrote to Caltrans. I don't have that letter in front of me right now. But I don't know if you necessarily saw that they did write a response letter with some action items on it. I wish I could say that they were the right action items, but they are some action items. Which reminds me that I'd like to make it clear to everybody in this group that our office is fully available and we are willing to partner with you in any type of thing like this in the future. And the Assemblywoman did send a letter on her letterhead to Caltrans regarding supporting your efforts and backing you for any type of action items that we can provide. Anything that has to do with the state, any issue of any agency or the DMV, the EDD, whatever, Caltrans, of course, stuff like that. Our office is prepared and the resources are always available to you. I encourage Gabriel to give my email out, maybe even put it in the minutes. But my name is Anthony Angelini. My email is anthony.angelini@asm.ca.gov. Yeah, I actually have another meeting that I have to get to, so I won't be able to stay on for whenever you guys go over the letter from Caltrans. But please know that you have this office's support and you have the full encouragement of the Assemblywoman in any types of efforts like this going forward. And any issues that I see on the agenda, there's hundreds of things that we could talk about. And we'd love to get involved. So let me know and I'd be happy to help. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Board members have any comments, panelists? I see one
Yes.
raised hand, boss.
Yeah, actually, I want to say my thanks to Assemblywoman, and that's why I want to speak before Anthony leaves this. My house was affected with those fires, Port Orange fire, and I'm pleased to notify everyone that they have made the brush clearance, and even they have cut the 2 affected trees behind the house of my house. And that was done on Monday, January 3rd. And I want to convey my appreciation to every person who was involved in that.
Oh,
Thank
that's
you so much.
awesome.
Thank you so
I'm
much.
really happy to hear that, actually. It really makes a huge difference knowing we can actually do stuff.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
boss.
Thank you.
Jason?
Thank you, Voss, for the update, because I wasn't quite sure that any work had been done there. And that's why I wanted to put it back on the agenda. And I guess my question, Anthony, did you get any, have you been working with Susan, or have you had any interaction with the people from that HOA that were affected? Because I know they've been wanting to work with you guys. And then I just want to say thank you. We'll continue the dialogue and continue, because to me, there's still a lot more that needs to be done in that area. And these responses that they gave, like DeSoto and Balboa, are not even close to where this happened. And I think it just requires a more proactive approach to fire prevention within, let's say between Balboa and Porter Ranch Drive. So I think that, we need to continue this work, because these fires will happen somewhere else, so thank you. But I just wanted to, make sure that if the stakeholders reached out, that you guys were able to connect.
Yes, and I think we did. Is this the Rock Bridge Estates? Or I forget.
It's Porter Ridge. It's Porter Ridge Townhomes, right, boss?
Pardon me?
The HOA there is called.
Yeah, that is called View Ridge Town
View Ridge.
Homeowners Association. And just a little update that I had attended the HOA meeting on this Thursday, January 6th. And I know that they know that the clearance has been made, but I don't know if they have contacted the Assemblywoman's office or the Porter Ranch. I am not on their board, but I got like a word with them, and they confirmed that it has been done.
Okay, I don't have my notes in front of me. I don't know if they've reached out to our office or not. I encourage them to reach out to our office. And as far as the other thing you said about how, you know, Caltrans said they were going to clear Balboa and some stuff that's not really, that doesn't really help you. I agree. I actually think that that's one of my concerns right now. In the original letter that we sent to Caltrans, not we, but you sent to Caltrans,
Right.
you had mentioned that your neighborhood council and your community in general are being really great partners, and you're putting in the work to actually beautify your community, and Caltrans isn't reciprocating that, and they're not being good community partners to you. And so that to me is something that we should be concerned about, and I agree. And I think that that it's something that the Assemblywoman, I haven't brought that up specifically with her, but I think it's something that she'll be on board with supporting as well.
Well, appreciate your participation in the meeting, Anthony. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anthony.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments, Mike?
Randy,
Brandy from the panelists.
The
Go for it,
attendee.
Brandy.
Mr. Ramirez is in the attendee room.
Correct. I'll bring him in right now. There you go. Done. Thank you, Brandy, and thank you, David, on that. I see that Mike Benedito has a question. Mike, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I want to wish everybody a Happy New Year. And
Happy New Year to you too.
thank you. And Anthony, as you know, there's a real crisis and shortage of land to possibly put tiny homes and make tiny towns and get our homeless or unsheltered, as they want to be called, off the street, and maybe get 50% of them back as productive members of society. But as you spoke about Caltrans, there's a lot of Caltrans property. Is there any way you can assist us to get some of those opened up? Because there's a lot of it.
I can liaison with Caltrans and with your group in whatever you want. I have no trouble asking them. And if it comes down to an act of legislation, that's a little bit of a different type of situation. But as far as getting Caltrans to maybe donate land for tiny homes or something like that, I can certainly reach out, and I can certainly see who we can contact about doing something like that. That seems like a pretty big project to me. But you know, if the community is behind it and we can get some support, then I think definitely it could be something that we can look into. And as I said, I have no problem, you know, calling our liaison at Caltrans and saying, hey, here's what the community is asking for. Why isn't this being done? And then, you know, seeing what they say. But
Well,
it's
I have a
definitely not-
specific spot for you to check out. So yes, I appreciate that.
please email me.
Thank you, Anthony. I don't see any other raised hands for you. Thank you for coming, Anthony, as always.
Thank you, everyone, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too. All right, let's move on. I see Colin Cruz. Colin Cruz, the floor is yours. 1 second. Colin, can you hear us? There you go.
Yes. Hello, everybody. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year too.
Colin Cruz here, District Director for Councilmember John Lee. We're just getting up and rolling in this fine new year. Don't have a whole bunch for you guys. I just want to cover couple of the really great things we did just prior to the holidays. we participated in the annual PALS toy giveaway. It was a great success, providing toys to less fortunate families. We also held for the second year in a row a Christmas tree giveaway at our district office in conjunction with the Ciccarelli family and the Rotary Club. Another really, really great, really kind of heartwarming event. We gave away about 60 Christmas trees to families that otherwise might not have had one. And we look forward to doing that again next year. And maybe we'll go for 75 or 100 trees next year. It keeps getting, it grew significantly from the year before. So we're going to keep that going. And the final thing is, as you guys all know, about every quarter, we have conversations with council where we invite board members from all the neighborhood councils in CD12 to join us for a symposium on various subjects. It could be street racing or Bureau of Street Services or homelessness, that sort of thing. I'm not quite ready to announce a date yet, but probably sometime in February. And as always, I hope you can make it. And I believe that is what I've got for you tonight.
Thank you, Colin. I see raised hands. David, Balin.
Colin, good evening and Happy New Year. Thank you for
Happy New
joining
Year.
us. I want to talk to you about Holly Burnson Park.
Okay.
So Holly Burnson Park, we've been having quite a few issues there. Just the other night, there was a couple that happened to get accosted by a homeless person, unfortunately, and they did come to the Renaissance. Our security contacted LAPD to no avail. I've spoken to numerous entities that oversee that park, but I still haven't been able to get to the source. So what I'm trying to do is, as the president right now of the Renaissance HOA, you know, we're concerned about the park and what goes on there. That's it's livelihood. People meet there to do drag racing. They do other things that we don't need to discuss on video at the park. I really want to get that park to be closed down at nighttime. It used to be closed down. And it doesn't seem that there's basically the Rangers they don't do it because they start at 2 o'clock in the morning. They can open it, but they don't have the availability to lock it down. I've been told that LAPD a year ago was given the authority to lock it down, but I still don't think they do as well because I've had discussions with LAPD and nobody seems to know who has the right to lock down Holly Burnson Park. I'd like to reach out to the councilman's office and see if we can come up with, because you know the 50-acre park is going to open up sooner or later as well. And that's going to be a hotbed of a mess if we don't lock up that park at nighttime as well. So I'd like to at least establish a relationship where we could. Now, I don't know if it's feasible or not, but we have our own security here. If we were able to, if our security was allowed to walk over to the park and lock it up, then so be it. And then, you know, the Rangers can open up in the morning. I just want to come up with some type of solution because this is getting out of control and it's not getting prettier, it's getting worse. Food for thought.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. We've had that issue with other parks with the lack of staff to close them up, you know, after dark. But absolutely, David, let's talk about it. I'll as soon as I get done answering questions here, I'll shoot Merker Martinez an email. She's our liaison to Rec and Parks, and ask her to follow up with you. And let's talk about it.
I can reach out to Merker as well. That's perfect. No worries.
Okay.
I tried to do our due diligence. I just want to figure out if we can get a happy medium because, like I said, sooner or later the big park's going to open,
Right.
and if we have something put in place, maybe it can work for both of them. So, all right, I'm good either way.
Hey,
Thank you.
Hey, David, let me ask you a question real quick. Are we having an issue? I haven't gotten any complaints recently, but are we having an issue with people camping in the park, or was this just sort of a one-off incident where there was homeless folks in the park and this unfortunate incident happened?
I think no, we had a gentleman who came up that particular night. He was wearing a vest, and it was just a fluke situation. And you know, he decided he wanted to harass and, you know, accost people in the park that night. It was a fluke situation. I just, you know.
Okay, understood. Thank you, David.
It was odd, but thank you.
I think, Colin, what you're trying to say is, I believe there are other activities happening on premises as well.
I understand.
That's other than, okay, thank you. David Lasher?
Dave stole my thunder, wanted to add to that too. There was actually a report that the couple had to be rescued in a car. Someone driving by saw this couple being accosted. I don't know if it's the same two people or a different group.
Same
And they
story.
actually jumped in this car and drove them down the street so they wouldn't be assaulted. I have a similar concern about the equestrian park on the other side of Lisa Canyon. That is pitch black. And it's always been pitch black, but at night it's drinking alcohol, all sorts of other activities in cars. And it's the same issue with the not having someone lock it up or having a key, but we seem to be promised that every time they open a new park, we'll have the ability to lock it down. We'll have gates to secure it, but then there's that next step is never addressed. So without any further comment, I appreciate your help on that, Colin.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. I
Thank
got Becky, floor is yours.
Yeah, just wanted to let you know that Senior Lead Officer from Devonshire Division, John Parker, is on, and he's going to be addressing the crime issue at the park and some other crime issues in Porter Ranch, just to give everybody a little bit of a heads up. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing.
Excellent. And then let me go to the attendees. I have a Ben Steinberger. Ben, did you have a comment?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Pretty good.
Ben Steinberger, I'm a public affairs advisor for SoCal Gas. I just started at the company earlier this year, so I've only been there for about 2 weeks, but I wanted to come to this meeting early on and introduce myself. I am taking over for what David Meza was responsible for, so his region, so sort of the San Fernando Valley and then parts of North LA. And I just wanted to say hi and Happy New Year. And I wanted to be a resource. I will leave my email and my contact information for anybody that wants to get in touch. And again, just thank you guys all for being here and doing this on a Wednesday night.
Thank you, Ben. I appreciate it. All right. Any other questions for Colin Cruz? I see Blake Clayton. Yeah, Jason. Oh, you have a question, Jason?
I was just saying hi to Colin. Nice to see you.
Oh.
Good to see
I
you.
think we're
Happy
waiting
New
to
Year.
to Colin. We're letting you off easy, Colin. We're
Okay,
letting
let
you
me
off-
ask Blake real quick if he has a question for Colin Cruz or he's working with a public affairs office, and we can move forward from there.
Or maybe John Parker, because he can respond to some of the.
Okay.
Blake is with Supervisor Kuehl's office.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Colin and I know each other very well. I just came to introduce myself. So when you're ready to have me, I'll go for
Perfect. Perfect.
Are you sure,
Thank
Blake? You don't have a question for me?
it. Not right now, Colin.
Thank you.
I'll
have
talk
on
to you
in a
soon,
moment.
buddy.
Thank you. Likewise.
John Parker, let me bring him in real quick to address the issues.
Okay, thank you, guys.
How you doing, John?
Doing well. Happy New Year to all of you.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you for having me on tonight. And I'm here to represent both Granada Hills and Porter Ranch. Most of the incidents that you're talking about at the Hollabrand Park up there by Porter Ranch and Cessnon. Are you able to hear me? Okay.
Yes, we hear you. Perfect.
Okay. So I looked up the calls for service just to try to figure out what exactly happened. And I do show that there was an incident that occurred. It looks like January 3rd. And we had some initial officers that received a call around, it looks like 7:15 in the evening. And there was a male that was in the roadway between Porter Ranch and Tampa up on Cessnon. So it looks like officers did meet with that individual at that time. And, he wasn't in the roadway when they met up with him and just advised him to stay out, out of the street. But it looks like another radio call appeared around 8:05 later that evening. And that's the one that was at the park where he was from two different passerbys that were indicating that he was either fighting or doing something towards individuals at the park. And that was the information from the second radio call that was generated. As the officers showed up, and it looks like there was a time span between that call and by the time they got up to the park again. It looks like about 20, 25 minutes that they didn't find the individual. And as you guys know, it is fairly dark up there and rugged in terms of the terrain. But they didn't have an arrest. There wasn't anything that they were able to apprehend that person again. And I think some of the things that we're seeing, and I know David and Jason, you had mentioned it about locking up the parks at night. Several years ago, we were able to do that with Winnetka Park. The problem that we have is that there are multiple parks just in Devonshire Division that are all asking the same thing, and we don't have the resources to go and lock up the parks and then, you know, have them reopen again in the morning. Rec and Park, they were sort of like on board with, well, maybe we can open up the gates early in the morning, preventing anybody from parking in the parking lot. But the problem came about was that with, you know, shorthanded as we are and how big the division is, we didn't have the resources, or we don't have the resources to go up and lock up the gates at each of these parks. It would be more conducive to have something like you had mentioned, David, whether it be the security staff across the street that's there on a regular basis, and it's really just a stone throw away from where the booth is at, to walk over and just lock it up at night for the given time. And again, this is something that it's a challenge for us because we don't have the resources to go up and lock up the gates. The thing with that particular park, you know, aside from the gate just for the parking lot, the park itself is still exposed. It's open. And that's another factor, that you still would have people either coming up to drink up there or just parking on Cessnon somewhere and then sneaking somewhere either in the playground area or somewhere further in the grass area that, you know, until somebody, a resident that lives up there that may notice the sound or hear somebody in the distance, you know, to notify the police. But I know that has been a challenge for us over the years in terms of locking up these gates at the park. And like I said, it was done when I was working 81, which is the southwest end of Devonshire, for Winnetka Park. But it was a challenge to get the gates locked up consistently every night. So, you know, that I'm just trying to put it out there so you guys understand the position. We were able to get a key from Rec and Park. But again, it's like trying to assign that key every night to different officers that may be working, if that makes sense. But that's what we have in regards to the park itself. We have been noticing that there have been other parks within our division where people have been either camping in the park or causing other problems near the rec center, for those parks that do have rec centers and activities for kids. And that seems to be a little more challenging for us because, you know, we do see these people either camping in the dark areas of the park that may, you know, if they could be lit up or illuminated to maybe possibly prevent that from happening. You know, that's another challenge, but it's something that would have to be dealt with Rec and Park to see if they can get the funding to somehow secure it or provide the extra lighting, you know, around the structures. As far as the crime stats, if you want to sort of see like where we're trending as a division. So out of the 21 divisions, for the end of 2021, we came in at number 12 in terms of our rankings amongst the other divisions of the city of Los Angeles. And to put that into perspective, we had a total of 4,722 crimes for last year versus 4,577 from 2020. And, you know, it is cyclical. You know, if we have a good year where we may be number 1 or 2, generally the following year, we may be somewhere in the middle or even towards the end, depending upon what the parameters are for us to decrease the crime levels that we have. And one thing that we noted significantly is that as far as the Part 1 crimes, which is your violent crime and your property crime, Devonshire has historically always been a property crime division. And for this, for the last 2 years, we've seen more of the violent crime spike up. And so that's actually, you know, with our homeless population that we have, and then also with some of the people that may be out of jails or prison. A lot more shootings last year. We had 6 homicides versus 1 from the previous year. So, you know, that's uncharacteristic for Devonshire Division. Robbery also up. significantly. Aggravated assaults up significantly. To give an example, 483 for aggravated assaults last year compared to 412. And robbery was 214 last year compared to 181 from the previous year. So we were up 16.38% in violent crime, but our property crime dropped down to 1.4%. So that pendulum has shifted for the division. And it's just another, what do we need to do to either have more officers on the street or be a little tougher on crime so that we have these individuals who are not out on the street and victimizing people, if that makes sense. It's a challenge for us. And with all of the defund the police from last year, the individual that you were talking about at Halibrown Park, he was a homeless individual. And one of the things that we lost as of early of 2020 was our homeless outreach officers. That program was taken away from us from the defund the police that happened. So, it's unfortunate, but these are resources that we're targeting. They were target specific in our division. And so we need to bring some of that back again to try to address a lot of the homeless issues that we continue to see. And that's certainly not going away anytime soon. Does anyone have any questions I can possibly answer? Okay.
I do have two questions I see. Jason, Hector?
Yes, Jason.
Oh, thank you for the details about the reports and everything. And I just wanted to make a general comment, not to you specifically, but if we're going to have a special meeting, this would be a good topic. Maybe we could spend about a half hour or more just getting into the details, because there's issues like, for example, if the security company would go to lock the park and you have people in the park already, then it becomes complicated, right, to get those people removed who are parked there, because everybody's used to being there after dark, but the park is supposed to be closed after dark. And I don't think we have proper signage over there. So thank you to David for bringing it up. It's in your neighborhood, and that's why we're here, to try and come up with solutions. But I think that it's a collaborative effort between, MERCA and Rex and Parks and LAPD. And, the Renaissance community certainly has an interest as well. And it's good that, we have board members who are on that, in that community. So that's all. Just a few comments. My main comment is let's get a meeting to follow up and come up with a solution.
No, absolutely. And I'd be willing to be a part of that meeting. Just let me know when, you'd like to have that take place. And again, we can come up with some ideas and just sort of partner together to try to figure out a solution for this, because it is at pretty much all of our city parks. We've got complaints from the park directors saying similar things about homeless people being there and either being very agitated or chasing or under the influence. And, that seems to be a common theme that we have seen within the parks.
Thank you, John and Jason. I have another question, David Balin.
Officer Parker, David Balin, good afternoon, good evening. Hey,
Yeah, good evening.
we'll work, I'll reach out to you and we'll try and work around this. But the only concern that, we have legally is being liable, so we would have to get Rex and Park. I know you guys have a key or whatever, but our concern would be is if we lock the park, and you can still enter the park, by the way, on Porter Ranch Drive. They do have that open access gate there. I mean, I don't think that one locks down. It's just the two main gate where people would be parking and getting into trouble that they shouldn't be getting into. I don't think, like you said, I don't think we can literally lock down the entire park, because people can get in if they want to get in. We're just trying to, persuade people to, go elsewhere and not cause trouble locally. But maybe you, myself, and MERCA can get together and we'll figure something out. I have a couple ideas, and I know we can get our security to both lock and unlock, but I think we just have to work on the liability issue, being responsible for locking the park. So like Jason said, what if somebody has their car in there? These are things in there. Do we have proper signage, these are all things that we would have to worry about. But like I said, in the very beginning, that park was supposed to be locked down, but we can work on it. So thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, in terms of the signage, as long as it's at the entrance or exit of the park itself, and maybe if the signage is illuminated, one of the things that we had found in the past is once the initial gates started being closed at a certain time, the individuals that may have been in there, we had at the police, we can obviously work with you guys to try to get them out initially. Once it's set where it's in a routine thing where they're closing it at a set time every night, people will get the hint that, okay, now the park is closed and no one should be parking in there. So it's just the initial thing to get it going. And we definitely can help you out with that. And obviously advise people that maybe their park is closed, you need to be leaving the park. The challenge will be later on is that because that park in particular is so wide open from the sides, they possibly could park somewhere in Cessna or Porter Ranch, walk up to the park, and again, looking at some ideas from other cities, sometimes what we found is that they are using lamps, whether the street lights that could be illuminate a path that may be in the park, and that definitely does prevent people from wanting to be in the park, because we always find if they're drinking or doing drugs or doing something that they shouldn't be doing up there, it's usually in the dark spaces of the park. And so that may be something to look at to try to eliminate that from somebody wanting to go up there because it's dark, what you may have right now. But definitely we can sit down, brainstorm this, come up with some ideas, and we'll definitely work with you guys.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Becky?
Yeah, hi, Officer Parker. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Yes.
I have a question. The lights are out between, on Wilbur Avenue, between Rinaldi and at least as far up as Killamore Avenue on both sides of the street. I have reported it to street services and to the council office and to various different agencies. And would that be something that would be reported to the LAPD? Because what they were saying is the reason that some of these groups of lighting are going out is due to copper wire theft. Is that a reportable crime to LAPD, or is that just something that street services and the city deals with on their own?
Yeah, actually through the street lighting, there's a member, but I think his name is Assad. He works for street lighting, and he was telling me maybe I think about 2 years ago that what they were trying to do is implement a new plate on the lights that had different screws, but the city hadn't completed that project as of yet. You can report it. It would be like theft of copper wire or wiring from the city of Los Angeles. And but ultimately it would have to be street lighting that will go out and have to repair all of that and assess the damage.
Yeah, I have notified them, and they said that it's something that's occurring rampantly in this area. And it is one of the possibilities why the lighting is out, and that it's going to take 30 days probably to repair it. It has already been reported, but I just wondered if that was a reportable crime to LAPD or if you just report it to the city. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. And another person to reach out to is under Council District John Lee's office, Matt Hernandez.
We had a long conversation about it. Yeah. Okay, John, thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Thank you, Officer Parker. And you mentioned Assad, and I'm gonna bring him in. Assad, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Officer Parker. Well, I was going to speak on the park, but let me address the street lighting. Yes, the street lighting, we are facing massive theft all over the city. We are on it. Unfortunately, I have like about 70% of my crew is down with the COVID. So now we are struggling. I'm down from 100 labor people to almost 30 only, but we're on it. We are implementing a lot of technologies, and John Lee personally has been helping my boss, the director, with some funding, and that is in the works. So we are aware of it, and I follow up with them daily. And I mean, as the former chair of safety, yes, I'm no longer with the PRNC, but I still take care of Porter Ranch. On the other hand, homeless that assaulted the Asian couple was in the 30s. He punched them and he was hitting them with the branches. And I want to say thank you to all the officers for the fast response. I send messages to the different SLOs and within 15, 20 minutes, they were there. The homeless ran into the mountain where the new park is going to be. And unfortunate, and this park, as I reported in our LAPD CPAP meeting, has been getting fireworks some weekends. In November, we had a big commotion where teenager girls were shooting guns. And thanks to the LAPD air support and on the ground, they got the girls right away. So it's a challenge, but I would like to stress my thanks to LAPD Devonshire for the great job they're doing and the fast response. Yes, we will get you support, more funding somehow, but thank you.
Thank you, Assad. Officer Parker, you have anything to add? Actually, there's one more question from Mike Benedito. Let me bring him in, please. Mike, the floor is yours.
Hi, Officer Parker. Mike Benedetto from Granada Hills South, eavesdropping on the Porter Ranch meeting here. But my question to you is, even Supervisor Barter's office is in favor of closing down at least one county jail, a very large jail that you, of course, you're probably aware of. But aren't you concerned that this is going to add more crime to the neighborhood and also more homeless? Or do you have a contingency plan to put these folks elsewhere?
Yes, Mike, absolutely. I think it's something that will continue to be a challenge for us. And the reason why I state that is this, per the mayor and per our chief, they're telling us sort of hands off with homelessness. They're telling us that homelessness is not a crime unless there's some kind of criminal activity that they're doing or committing that we can actually catch them in the act or, actually arrest them for some of the things that they may be doing, whether it be, if it's a carjacking or robbery. I mean, they've been involved with homicides. So the challenge for us is that we've been instructed to sort of back off with the homeless issue. We've been told that it's more of a social issue and that social workers and what have you, mental health department are supposed to be the ones that would be stepping in to assist the problems that we're seeing with more homelessness within the community. We once had a jail in our Devonshire division, but that has since been closed for more than 5 years now. And so the challenge for us is we have to book all of our bodies. They will go to Van Nuys jail. And that's sort of the overflow in terms of where do we transport them to be booked. And so that alone is at least a 20-minute drive and 20-minute back, so you got to look at the time that we're wasting by transporting these bodies outside of our division and, going to another division. It will absolutely be a challenge for us. And right now, with the constraints that we have, what we've been instructing people is that the way the law is designed, we only enforce the laws that are in place now. So to give you an example, there was a thing that the mayor and the council districts were indicating that 4118, no one's supposed to be homelessness, can't be around schools or under bridges, near parks. Well, what hasn't been said as of yet, there's different subsections to that law. And so right now there are subsections A and B that are enforceable, but subsection C that has the meat and potatoes is the one that applies to parks, bridges, schools, and the things that are more relevant to what we were told. So that has not passed yet. And we're still waiting for that law to go through. So we can only do according to the laws that are in place. And that's the challenge that we are faced with. Little backdrop on that is that the way that law is designed is that they want us to initially to warn them, and then an officer may go up and cite them, and then the final one be more of the arrest. So you can see there's more of a process to then just go and simply arresting them for being in a particular location. And the officer has to be able to articulate who made contact every time that this individual was either warned, cited, and then eventually arrested. So again, that process is very lengthy, and it's going to take some documentation to track that. But hopefully we'll know a little bit further. I know John Lee's office has been very vigilant in trying to work with some of the homeless issues within our division. And hopefully we can press forward and have more solutions to the issues that we continue to see as a growing problem. And that's the thing that we are sort of on the heels of, what can we do and what can't we do? Because as I mentioned on my meeting last night, the city is a deep pocket. If there's a lawsuit, it's going to ultimately go back to the taxpayer, and it's going to be a multi-million-dollar lawsuit, like what we saw in Venice, where they threw away the property of a homeless person, $4 million. So we don't want to go to that. And I think that ultimately would be the wrong message, for the American tax people or the citizens of our community.
Well, aside from homelessness, just letting out the other criminals out of the county jails, aren't you concerned that that's going to raise crime in itself as well?
Absolutely. And that's the challenge that we're dealing with the no cash bail. And one of the things that we're finding out with COVID, obviously, people that may be arrested, they're getting a future date of about 6 months to go back to court. It has to be, the bail amount has to be over $50,000.01 for them to hold them. Otherwise, they are released. It's just a citation, and they release them to come back at a future date. So these are the challenges that we're up against right now. And what we're finding is that if somebody is arrested, either they're not prosecuting on it or they're released with a future date to go back. So they're back in the community again, and it really doesn't solve anything. And what we need to look at is making people more accountable for what's happening in the community, so that we don't continue to see this vicious circle that really doesn't have an end to it right now. And that's what we're seeing from the law enforcement side.
Gabriel, I know you need to move on, but one quick last question. Officer Parker, are you aware that if you call the front desk at Devonshire, you can hardly get through? And when you do get through, you get a recording that they'll call you back. And sometimes they never call you back.
Yes, I do know that. I know there's an answering service if a physical person is not picking up and speaking with you. That again is another challenge. With all the COVID that's been going around, we've had upwards of over 500 officers that have had COVID. So just like yourselves or businesses that you may work, we have staff that are out as well, and they're out for either the 10, or I think they recently changed it to 5 days. So that impacts what we have from a working standpoint. Right now, just to give you an idea, with the January 6th thing that came up, there's a lot, and even with the Super Bowl that's approaching in February, we as officers are being delegated or assigned to work other parts of the city because of these other things that are happening within the city itself. So the Super Bowl that's coming up on February 13th, they have like a week-long process where they're pulling officers from throughout the whole city to work these events. And again, that's another challenge. It's pulling the resources within our own division to go elsewhere. And we continue to see that. When they had the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, we're being pulled for all these things that don't necessarily, it's not happening here, but we're going into the city of Los Angeles for a potential riot or protest or something like that. So again, it is a challenge, and we as officers are just trying to be flexible with what we have.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. And thank you, Gabe, for allowing me to ask those questions.
Thank you. I got 2 more questions for you. First one will be Jennifer Ibrahim, and then there's a stakeholder, Gary, and then we'll be moving on.
Thank you, Gabriel. For Officer Parker, thank you so much for explaining the process. And I just wanted to know if that also applies to the RVs that are parked on Rinaldi. I have reported them quite a few times, and I know that they're getting cited, but what else can be done?
So in regards to the RVs right now, and it has been like this since the stay-at-home order from the mayor, there is a moratorium with anyone living in a vehicle. It could be an RV, a car, a truck. And so we have been told, again, not to do anything to these individuals. Some of these people are parking in these no parking zones from 11 o'clock at night until 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. Again, because of the moratorium, it's sort of like it's excused at this time until that's lifted by the mayor. We have done some outreach or impounds on some of the vehicles that are out there. Give an example, there is a vehicle that's on Rinaldi that had a white truck and a half-burned trailer. Okay, so that trailer is going to be towed on the 18th of this month. The truck was impounded just the other day, but we've been trying to go throughout the division and impound these vehicles that are used for storage opposed to living quarters. And that is one thing that we are able to do. In doing that, some of the cars that we have come across have been stolen. Some of them are stripped, some of them are. So we have been trying to go through and impound these vehicles that are impoundable, that we can actually do that according to the law. But for any vehicle that you have somebody living in it, we cannot touch it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And Gary, the floor is yours.
Yes, Gary Fordyce, budget advocate. You indicated that the homeless, it's a process, beginning with a warning and so on. And that the kicker seems to be the tracking. And therein lies my concern. My memory isn't perfect on this, but regarding Rule 40, I believe that you cannot ask citizenship status, but I'm also curious, are you even allowed to ask for their name or identification? And if that's not askable, then, well, the process doesn't work. And besides that, homeless they can relocate every single night, you know, so I don't know how you're tracking them. So anyway, that's my question.
Yes, Gary. So you're absolutely right. So Rule 40, that's been in the book since 1979. And so that is something that, yeah, we cannot ask their legal status, whether they are a citizen of the United States or not. However, if we do encounter a homeless person, the legal code that I told you, the 41.18 LAMC, that's the Los Angeles Municipal Code, that only applied to subsections A and B. So in terms of this documentation process, it was pertaining to that particular law. It's not for other laws that may be on the book. So it is a fairly new law, but we're still trying to follow the guidelines that have been imposed by our city attorneys that wrote the law, and how they are requesting an arrest to be, you know, having the elements of the law that are articulated in the report. So that's how we've been instructed. So again, that's just for 41.18 LAMC. As far as asking somebody for identification or whether or not who they may be, we certainly can go up and ask them who they are. The homeless officers that we did have at one time, which was our Hope unit, they were very familiar with a lot of these individuals. So they were in close contact with them. They knew who they were. They knew if they had warrants for their arrest. They knew where they hung out and what drugs they may have used. So that was a vital component that we had in our division that had been taken away. And so, you know, we're trying to see if the mayor will relook having our Hope officers come back, because they were such an important asset to not only Devonshire, but for all of Los Angeles. And so that's what we're hoping to bring back. So we can't ask somebody what their name is. They may not have ID on them. Some can tell us, you know, this, I'm Joe Schmo. Some could tell us, you know what, I don't need to give you my information. you're just trying to do a consensual encounter. They technically can walk away from us. So it depends on what we have in terms of how we articulate either reasonable suspicion or probable cause. That is something we need to have before we go up to somebody. But if it's just a consensual encounter, we're just trying to ask their information, they could turn away and walk away and they don't have to say anything to us, you know. So again, it depends on the element of the law that we're trying to apply.
Okay, my last question. You say that this is now the responsibility of primarily social services. I presume that to be LAHSA. And my concern about LAHSA, I'm not sure of the exact terminology, but they're either under review or under investigation. And generally, I hear very bad reports on their involvement, accomplishments, and so on. Can you speak on that, please? And that's my last question.
I don't have all the specific details of that, but I heard there were some issues with funding and what was being done with the money under Propositions H and Triple H. That is something that I heard our city neighborhood prosecutor that was in our office today, Aline Sehigian, speak about. So they're in talks about that as we speak. Again, I don't have all the specific details to that, but they are in charge of our homeless programs. I do know in Devonshire, there are 2 facilities that one is the Travel Lodge on Devonshire near Canoga. And then the other one is that Skateland Park that was to be either remodeled and used for homeless families as well.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Becky, you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thanks, John, for joining us tonight. I really appreciate it.
No, you're welcome.
I have a question. North of Cessnon on Tampa Avenue, I noticed that there's a food truck. There's homes around there, and it's next to the entrance of the gas company. And there are all kinds of trucks, but there's a food truck there. There's cars, trucks that haul large things. Do you know, is that a safe place? Are they allowed to do all of that up there? Do you know what they're doing there? It's just a question because they're there every day. And
Yeah, you know, that's news to me, Becky. And what I'll do is, do you have specific hours that you may notice them there?
In daytime hours, I notice them all the time. And that food truck's there. I mean, every time I go up there, that food truck is there, and I'm wondering who he's selling food to, or who.
Do you see people gathered around the truck? Maybe.
Yeah,
from the
I
gas
see
company?
people there. I don't know if they're just parking empty vehicles there, or if they're truckers going, a cross-country haul or something, and they're using it to sleep. But it's something that occurs every single day, and I just am keeping an eye on it. And I was just wondering if you knew anything about it, but if you could check that out, that would be awesome.
Yeah, let me investigate that further, and then I'll get back to
Okay.
you, and then
Thank you
hopefully we
so
can get an
much.
answer on that. You're
Okay,
welcome.
thank you.
I see Ron has his hand up. I want let me bring him in. Hopefully it's a quick question because we need to move forward.
I know. Don't want to take up too much time.
Ron?
You're popular.
Oh, hello, thanks a lot, and Happy New Year to all. John, are you what is your title over at LAPD?
So I am one of the senior lead officers. I took over for Dario Del Cor.
Oh, okay.
So I handle the Granada Hills, a portion of Northridge and Porter Ranch. So I have everything east of Tampa.
All right, if we need to get in contact with you, is there a phone number and an email?
Yes, if you have a pen and paper ready, I can give that to you right now.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, so my phone number is area code 818-832-0715. And my email address is 36560@lapd.online.
Okay, let me repeat that back to you. Online, okay. Okay, it's 36560@lapd.online.
Correct.
And that'll go directly to you.
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
All right, sir. You're welcome.
Oh, by the way, you were mentioning the mayor has his hands-off policy. He's only got a day or so left.
I think he's on a plane to India now.
Well, I recommended that they give him a bonus if he left immediately. But anyways, Nuri Martinez apparently is going to be our interim. What do we need to do to reach out to her? Because she's kind of sort of had a turnaround in her views about how all this should be handled. And she's anxious to become mayor. So this might be a very good time to talk to her about the situation. And she might be agreeable to maybe being a little more heavy-handed, which is a poor choice of words, but more proactive than Garcetti was.
I honestly feel that it needs to be something where you're very candid about what the issues are for our community. Because I know every community has their own issues, but we need to really look at what's important to the Porter Ranch, Granada Hills, Northridge area. That would be important to our constituents and our stakeholders. And I think those are the things we need to look at. How do we tackle those problems? Because they may be certainly different in the demographics of, say, the inner city of Los Angeles, and address the issues that we're faced with, and maybe bringing back our HOPE officers to certainly help out with, the knowledge that they had, and maybe come up with more solutions about more of the addiction and mental health services that we truly do need. Because I don't think housing is the proper place for them.
Okay, well, there is not going to be a solution here with regard to what the two topics, because first of all, you cannot leave the mentally ill on the street.
Correct.
The way we are. So if the state legislature is not going to take any action in that regard as a conservator, that problem is never going away. And as long as they have a hands-off attitude toward a drug addiction, that problem is never going away. So in my opinion, right now, the legislature, the governor, and the mayor are perfectly happy with the way things are now. They lip service all this stuff, but they have done absolutely nothing in regard to taking action and getting the mentally ill off the streets and getting services that they desperately need. They've done nothing about taking the drug addicted off the street and getting them the attention they need. So these problems are never going away. I mean, we're only kidding ourselves. That we had some guy from Barger's office about 6, 7, 8 months ago, and they're going to do a task force. And I said, all we need is another blue ribbon committee. They've got so many blue ribbons in the box now from all the committees they've had. I told him at this neighbor council meeting that when the year is up, let's reconvene, because I'm telling you right now ahead of time, you are not going to get anything done. And as of the last 9 months, nothing has been done. They've had these committees and they meet, but obviously if you keep doing the same thing over and over again with the same players, namely the city council and the board of supervisors and LAHSA, you cannot expect a different result. And that's exactly what we're getting. LAHSA is totally incapable of solving this problem. And when you said that they don't have enough money, they've already burned up something like $800 or $900 million. And all they've spent it on is counting how many homeless we have and picking up some trash and putting.
Maybe a question to ask is, what happened to the funding under Prop 47 back in 2014? From what I understand, 65% of the funding was supposed to go to addiction programs. And it is my understanding to date that $0 have gone there. So that'd be a good question to find out what happened to that proposition that was voted by the citizens and that was passed, and where has that money gone, or what's been done about it.
Okay, thank you, Ron.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Officer Parker, for coming.
Well, you're very welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and have a happy New Year.
Thank you, you too.
Okay.
Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Let's move on. We have 3 more public speakers. First one is going to be, I'm bringing Clayton in again, 1 second. And Myrna is from your office too, correct, Clayton, Mr. Clayton?
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes. Is Myrna with you? Correct?
Yes, Myrna is with me.
All right, 1 second.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, let me turn on my camera.
Thank you. After you, it will be, let me see, Matt Rogers, and then I'm gonna bring in Thomas and Raquel to discuss a few matters.
Okay,
And then we'll move
so
on to the agenda.
good evening. My name is Blake Clayton. I am a field deputy working out of the Supervisor Sheila Kuehl's West Valley Mountain Communities Office. As you know, with the redistricting, we are now the county reps for the area. So Myrna Gutierrez and myself, Myrna is the caseworker for our office. We wanted to make a formal introduction, and we wanted to just let you know, we are available to assist. I'm not sure what all Supervisor Barger's office has done with you. I know we're going to need to pick up where they left off. So I'm here to listen in, learn the different things that are taking place, and hopefully push things forward that you guys are having some issues with that are county related. One thing, a big topic that I know is taking place, over in some of Barger's areas is the Aliso Canyon area. And in a couple of weeks, we're going to be sitting back with public health to kind of get a briefing on the location. Like we have like a general idea, but we want a deeper understanding of what all's taking place. So, for example, next time I come to the meeting, I'll be able to share more, or if you have questions, I can provide you with more information. Tonight, I don't really have too many updates for you. As you know, the public health officer order came out on the 10th, was in effect yesterday, Tuesday. And then in regard to that also, isolation, quarantining, that's all been kind of updated, whereas, instead of the whole 2-week quarantine, it's now 5 days, and there's different structures that have been laid out, and I can actually get that information over to you. I'll put it in the question, the Q&A portion of the meeting. And yeah, that's kind of all I have for you tonight. It's a pleasure meeting you all, and I look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you, Blake. There's a few items that you might want to stick around to, which will give you more insights of what's going on, including comments from CAG and regarding air monitoring, etc. So
I'll be listening in.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'll be here. Thank you.
Thank you. I see there's 2 questions real quick. Patty, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm so glad that Sheila Kuehl is going to be our supervisor. And I'm a member of the advisory group for the CAG, and so glad that you're going to stay and listen to Greg Galante. And we would love to set up a meeting with Sheila, you, everyone, and apart from DPH, because we have a lot of concerns about the health study, and we would love to give you a great update. So thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. And I got Helen. The floor is yours.
Hi, Blake. I'm so glad to see somebody is paying attention to Aliso health concerns. And just talking to DPH, you're not going to get the facts that's happening in the community. You need to be talking to community members like Aliso Mom Alliance, CAG members, and people who have been involved. I would appreciate if you include community members in the meeting, as well as you're talking to DPH, because that's the only way you're going to get the facts.
Mhm.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Helen. And I guess that will be it. Blake, as I said, thank you for coming. Stick around, and I will stay in touch with you as well through email back and forth after the meeting.
Sounds
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you.
Let's move on to Matt Rogers. Matt Rogers, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
See me? All right, great. Hey, again, Matt Rogers here. I am field rep for Congressman Garcia's office. I also carry the hat of Military and Veterans Affairs Liaison among the many federal agencies that our office helps out with. Good to be here tonight. Happy New Year. Just want to catch up on a few things. So the priority of the congressman who's currently in DC this week, it's the priority is the funding of the of the government, the federal budget, before that that deadline hits in mid-February. And also just paying close attention to appropriation bills and seeing what best he can get for our district. And then another priority, just engaging with the community, just being here on district days, getting out there and just getting the pulse of the community. So glad to be here. Open for any comments or questions. And if I can't answer them today, I'll be able to. We can touch base. I can, if you got a writing material available, I can give you my email. It's Matt, M-A-T-T, .Rogers, R-O-G-E-R-S, @mail.house.gov.
Thank you, Mr. Matt.
Thank you.
I do see a question from David Lasher. David, floor is yours.
Well, Matt, glad you're here tonight. Good to meet you. And I just have one thing to say to you, and that would be hoorah.
Hoorah.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate your work with the Congressman's office, especially in this area. I'm the only veteran on the committee, and I acutely am aware of some of the issues affecting the district that are specific to veterans. And glad you're here tonight.
Thank you for your service.
Thank
you as well.
Jason?
Thank you for attending. And I just wanted to make the comment in general. We have a lot of new representatives from elected officials' offices. So I think it would be nice, Gabriel, on the agenda, what I've seen is other councils will put all the contact information for each, representative. So we have like Sheila Kuehl's office representatives coming. We have Matt Rogers coming. So thank you for sharing your information. We want to, and to answer your question, I think we've been talking about the wildfire issues. That's really one of the main issues we face here. And I know that they've been hardening the grid. So we're not Edison out here, but I know they've been doing a lot of, redoing the power lines. But, the fire issue is always important. But thank you for coming and welcome. And, we look forward to working with you.
Yeah, definitely. We also, the redistricting as well. Looks like we're going to be covering a bigger chunk of Porter Ranch, from DeSoto to about Tampa, the north side of the 118. So we're taking in a huge chunk of a neighborhood sprawl over there as well. So we'll be seeing that next year, January 3rd, for the start of the 118th Congress, and then on for the next 10 years until redistricting happens again.
If you could send Gabriel an email with all your contact information, and then he can kind of create a spreadsheet and then put it on the agenda so we all know how to get in touch with everybody when federal issues come up, state issues come up, etc.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Thank you. I got two more questions. I got one from Becky.
Matt, welcome to our meeting. And I think we emailed today. I ordered a United States flag and spoke with Brad Sherman's office as well. Thank you for explaining your boundaries, because we do have a lot of interfacing with Congressman Sherman. And even I wasn't sure exactly what your district is. Did you say it's not starting till next year?
Correct. So that'll start next year.
Right now, or are you and Brad splitting it? How is that working? So we know.
So the new maps, you can go to We Draw the Line, ca.org. That'll show the maps for the new redistricting, which begins in the next session of Congress for the next 10 years, 5 sessions. But right now, there's a horseshoe right now above the 118. I think that's Sherman's area, but we are covering, that's all being taken over by our district. There's a little bit, I know the boundaries of beneath south of the 118. I forget, maybe from Tampa to Zelza, maybe. I'm not too sure on that, but we'll be going from about maybe about half of Porter Ranch to maybe 2/3. But that's something that, you know, a lot of the constituents, when they go to find my representative on on the U.S. House of Representatives website, their zip code, they'll enter that and it'll pop up who their congressional rep is. And for items such as, you know, or placing the order on the flag, you know, we do that requires when you put in information like that for, you know, anything from internships to help with a federal agency, anything on the official side, you know, you have to put in an address, zip code. And if you don't fall within our district, then technically, you know, you aren't able to submit that on our website. But if anything happens, you know, you can always just contact our office, and you know, we can do it the old fashioned way, on the phone or in person. So
It worked out. Thank you.
okay, great.
Thank you, Becky. I got 2 more questions and we're gonna move on. Brandy, first one.
I want to thank the congressman for not signing the Texas amicus brief. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. And last one is Ron, floor is yours, and then we're moving forward.
Okay, hi, Matt. Thanks for coming on tonight and being on Zoom. About 9 months ago, at one of the meetings, I brought up directly with the congressman about getting federal transportation funds brought here to LA. And one of the things that I mentioned was the Hyperloop system, something like what Elon Musk has done. That's not exactly Hyperloop, but what he's done in Vegas just recently. But Musk had expressed a desire to do a tunnel between the valley and the airport and the aerospace areas of the South Bay. And our great mayor said, yeah, I'm in talks with him, which means nothing's going to happen. And nothing did happen. But I mentioned to the congressman at that time that if he is going to try to get us some sort of an earmark for that, we really need to have some sort of a project or something, like some proposed plans as to where the routes are going to be, and then doing a design competition. You got guys like Sir Richard Branson, Elon Musk, and others that want to do Hyperloop in the area. And he was very interested, wanted to look into it. But I mentioned to him, if we don't get some of these things on paper, nothing's going to happen. And I haven't heard anything in 9 months. Is there anything being done, or has that dropped off the list of things that are important?
So I can definitely get back to you on that, Ron, just to give you a more accurate answer. So I'm not sure if you got my email.
Yes.
Go ahead. Please send me that question. I'll follow up with the congressman and my district director to see you know, what we're doing in DC to tackle that and kind of help and influence in any way.
Okay.
Or get that information out.
Okay. Was that Matt Rogers?
Correct. And the ROGERS.
Yes. Okay, Matt. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Ron.
Thank you, Ron. I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much for coming, Matt.
Thanks for having me.
I appreciate it. And feel free to email me anytime and I'll stay in touch with you.
Definitely. Thanks, Gabriel.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, Raquel, are you here?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I see my colleague, Director Tom Soong, is also with us this evening. Thank you so much, Tom, for being available. Gibson Nyambura is out today, so thank you, Mr. Director Soong, for being here on behalf of the Neighborhood Empowerment Advocate for Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council. Thank you for allowing me to join you this evening. We just want to make sure that we have an opportunity to talk about the training that we have scheduled for the board. We were hoping to have that training take place today, but I understand that there was, I guess it was a miscommunication on a variety of levels. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman? And
that is correct. The timing situation didn't work out because we had the agenda made already, and then the request came in to move the city attorney all the way up to the agenda, and there were other guest speakers coming, so we couldn't do that.
Okay. So that's understandable. What we would be interested in knowing a little more about is whether or not it would be possible. I'm sorry, is my video off on my side or is it on?
Your
whoever-
video is off, correct?
On my side?
Yes.
Oh, goodness, I apologize.
No worries.
Let me see. I don't have the icon available to
No,
me, so
let
I'm
me
not sure what's
try this.
happening.
1 second.
There it is. Okay, thank
got
you.
it back?
so-
Thank you.
All right, thank you so
There you
much.
are.
Is it possible to have this training scheduled as a special meeting at your earliest convenience? And if you have a sense of when that might be, we'd like to circle back at least by the end of the week, which is only a couple more days in this week, given that today is Wednesday, in order to be able to program that. Is that a
Definitely.
possibility, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I will send out an email to the board, see the availability is and times, and then once everybody or majority is available, I will email you.
Okay. Mr. Soon, can you give us a sense of how much time should be budgeted for the training?
Yeah, good evening, board members. Thompson, Director of Engagement Awareness from Department of Labor and Empowerment. Yes, we're looking at it's a communications training, and we're looking at 1 hour and 15 minutes. And I think that would include, depending on the format, it would be Q&A. So we would need to schedule at least that amount of time. We'll say an hour and a half just to be safe. But the earlier the better. Like if we have like a 6 o'clock start, that would be ideal. And then we would need to coordinate with their schedule as well. So Gabriel, if you could have the board do a couple of dates for us, that would be optimal.
At 6 p.m. start time, correct? You're saying?
Yeah. Yes, please. Yeah.
Will do.
We'd like to work toward that. And there have been some other trainings, like the mandatory training on Able One, that we think satisfies some of the other requirements in the instructed by and approved by the department as part of the grievance process. So this might be hopefully what is necessary in order to bring the grievance to a close. We want to support the neighborhood councils moving forward, and this will be greatly helpful. And we certainly want to continue to give support as the days go on. Thank you.
Thank you, Raquel. Thomas, do you have anything else to add?
Just a couple of the things, General Manager. I don't know if we wanted to give the Happy New Year. We have some some sad and happy staffing news. Maybe the General Manager would like to share with the board in terms of some of the staff transitions. Maybe.
Sure. So certainly we may have communicated, or you have perhaps had a chance to see in our January monthly update, that Director Mike Fong has left the department. He's gone on to work in the housing department. We're very happy for him. It was a promotional opportunity. So we now have a vacancy in the leadership team to fill with the department. We are now in the process also, as of next week, we will have filled all of the neighborhood empowerment vacancies in the department, which will be the first time in about 3 years that the department will have had all of those vacancies filled at the same time. We have a 3-month onboarding process with the NEAs that are servicing neighborhood councils. We've had them in 3 tiers because they came on board 2, 2, and 2. The third tier will be coming on board on Tuesday after the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. And effective February, the first tier of NEAs will begin providing direct neighborhood council support. They'll have completed their 3-month onboarding process. It's a very detailed and robust process. It includes a buddy system and a lot of shadow managing. So we will be sending a communication to you this month to let you know if there are any changes for you. And actually, Mr. Sung might already know what those changes may or may not be. I think Gibson is staying as their
Yes.
NEA. Is that correct? All right.
Yes.
So the only thing that you'll be notified of then is who your new director will be, if a new director is assigned to you once we filled that vacancy in the department. But Gibson will continue to be your neighborhood empowerment advocate moving forward. And then also this month, we should be filling at least half of the vacancies in the Administrative Services Division. That division has been decimated in the last 3 years. So we're moving forward to try to get a full complement of staffing in the department in order to improve the work that we provide to all of you.
Thank you, Raquel. I do
Very
see
welcome.
2 board questions. Vas, floor is yours.
Yeah, Raquel and
Yes, sir.
Tom, thank you for coming.
My
Raquel,
pleasure.
Raquel, my question is like for this neighborhood, this grievance, since we are going to hold a special meeting, and sometime in the special meeting, all the board members are not present. So I would like to know that should it be made a mandatory, or it is only for those who are connected with this grievance issues? Thank
This
you.
is the expectation of the department is that all board members be present.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. And I got Jason, floor is yours.
Yeah, hello Raquel, welcome and
evening.
thank you for
Thank
attending.
My pleasure.
I know it's, our meetings are long. I asked Gibson about the social media policy and, you know, there's something in there regarding, you know, things that might come up in the board, you know, that might be under, you know, like, you know, if we talk about a coyote or we talk about, you know, that was some of the questions that I had, and I was trying to get some, you know, specific answers, and we didn't get any response from, you know, Gibson. He wasn't familiar. So, you know, I think that the social media policy, and I don't know if you can also maybe include this in the special meeting, but I think that, you know, it's important for you as a general manager to understand that, you know, we have our lives too, you know, and we have our existence, you know, on social media. Me personally, no, I'm not active on social media, but our other board members and things like that. And so I think that, you know, the answer that we kind of got was like, oh, you should have been on the bonk meeting, or you should have done this from Gibson. But I think that, you know, that's not fair to us. I think that we need to get an understanding of how we need to conduct ourselves, or, you know, what are the parameters, right? Because it's infinite. If you say anything that could potentially come up under the neighborhood council, that's infinite, right? That means like you know, we can't say anything on. So how do you balance, you know, First Amendment, you know, being able to, and so I think that kind of, we need guidance, but we need, you know, fairness too. We can't, you know, there's a balance there. And I think right now there's a couple items in that, I don't have it in front of me, but there's a couple items, it's like 14G or F, I don't know which there's like 2 items in there where they're saying if you like a post, okay, just liking a post on social media could get us in hot water.
Correct. So thank you for the question, first of all, and I greatly appreciate the opportunity to respond to the question. It is there are 2 areas of the social media digital communication policy that are discussed widely, and the one that you reference is one of the 2. The section that you're referring to is basically section 9 in the digital communication policy. So when we started the process for the digital communication policy, we did it on our own initiative, looking at the kinds of issues that were being brought to our attention by neighborhood council board members throughout the system. Just to give you some examples of the problems that we were dealing with at the time, it included things that were not covered in what became law January of last year. So the question that you're asking about with respect to the concern about liking, that is now law effective January of 2021. And there was an amendment called AB 992. And if you go to the commission's website, there's a section on their website where their policies are listed that is listing, and it has a URL for policies under consideration. When you open up that document, it is in our effort to be transparent and open and to share as much as we possibly can about our process. You will see all of the recordings from the education sessions that we held with neighborhood councils. You'll see all of the PowerPoint materials that were made available during that process. These have been available for almost a year. for NC review. You will also see the different iterations and the amendments to the digital communication policy in all of my reports to the commission. So we do recognize that you have lives, but we did at least try to centralize all of that. And I personally labeled them to try to make them at least as clear as possible in terms of the naming of it, so that you could go directly to the items that you might be looking for in order to kind of study them a little bit more. So in AB 992, it was specifically an amendment to the Brown Act. And in that amendment to the Brown Act, it was specific to the areas of social and digital communication. In that law, they were attempting to address a common problem that even happens here in the neighborhood council system, to try to mitigate serial communication on digital communication channels. In that law, it speaks to not only limitations with respect to this on the agencies or the entities, digital communication channels, but also your personal channels. So if there is something that is coming before your board and you choose to comment on it or to post something about it on your personal channels, you have now entered that into the public sphere. So our intent was to make that known to you. Lots of board members didn't realize that as soon as you began to use your personal channels to post about things that are being discussed at your neighborhood council board meeting, we just wanted you to know that you've now moved that into the public sphere. A lot of folks didn't know that. And because you move, when you make that choice, it doesn't mean you cannot do it. You're not prohibited from doing it. But once you move it into that public sphere, there are rules that are important to follow that you should know. One is, as soon as you do that, it becomes subject to Public Records Act requests. Just as one example, lots of board members didn't know that. So we felt it was our duty and obligation to draft a policy that provided knowledge about that. So generally speaking, that's why that is there. So Section 9 implements the law as was adopted January 1st when it amended the Brown Act. And in that language, it specifically says, if somebody posts something and others begin to like and use other emojis to represent their perspective about something that will be discussed in the future at your board meetings, it's considered serial communication. That is what we were referencing in this particular policy. To the other question that you asked related to the language in the policy that speaks to things that might be coming before your board. So it doesn't mean that you have to have knowledge of everything and can't talk about everything. It just means that if you know something is coming before your board, be wary of the decisions that you make when you begin to speak about it in the digital sphere. So we're just letting you know what those boundaries are. What we intend to do once the commission finishes its process and approves, if it approves a policy at all, with whatever amendments it chooses to make of the current policy, we plan to put together some educational workshops and implementation guidelines that neighborhood councils can use when they begin to adapt this to their particular board. So some boards have standing rules, some boards already have very strict rules about these matters. We will work with you on a one-on-one basis with your neighborhood empowerment advocate in order to try to provide you the best guidance possible so that you can apply them to your board in the way in which you're structured, the way you make decisions. Some have outreach chairs, some don't. Some don't have a way to keep passcodes. So we will be working with you in order to make that happen. We aren't requiring that you give us the passcodes. We are saying you just need to really identify somebody who does that. So, and these are some guidelines that are based on best practices in order to avoid problems that we already know that you have. So that's the spirit in which the digital communication policy was evolved. We looked at city policy because neighborhood councils are subject to city policy. And I will mention that to the comment that's made often about First Amendment. Neighborhood councils oftentimes think that they have, board members think that they have the same First Amendment rights that members of the public do when they testify before your board. It's not the same. So that isn't to say that there isn't latitude that board members have, but I will just say it's not the same as the First Amendment rights that people have when they testify before your body. So when a board member gets elected to the board, you get elected and you accept the conditions that come with it that are tied to the infrastructure and that we all operate in. And when the policy is intended to provide some guidance around that to protect you from making mistakes. I have a tweet that was sent to me in the past, since January 1st, a tweet that a board member posted about an item that's coming before the city council that their neighborhood council was going to be discussing in the subsequent week, telling people how to testify before city council. Other board members began to comment on it. That's a problem. We have a situation where a board member was attacked on social media based on the way in which they voted on an item that was not to the liking of the person's colleagues. They tagged her employer and suggested that her employer fire her from employment. So that person ended up resigning from the board. Those are the kinds of things that the policy is attempting to address. So we have another situation that's even far more egregious that I'm even afraid to discuss, where a board member, allegedly did background checks, paid for background checks on board members that were going to be seeking office to that particular board, and began to communicate aspects of that. Did it under, paid for that themselves. And some of that somehow ended up on digital communication. So I just want to offer that sometimes people don't realize all that the department is trying to manage.
Yeah.
So we will work with you and try to work with you to adapt, supportive guidelines that you can think about in your standing rules, and we'll grow with this process together. But we're here to support you in your journey there.
And Jason,
You're very welcome.
I just sent you the link that Raquel referenced to the.
Oh, thank you.
Under
Thank you very
consideration.
much.
So you should be seeing.
Yeah, I've been to that page. I'm familiar with that page. I just think that like you say, it's important. And I agree with you, the First Amendment, we aren't the same, but the question becomes, how are we not the same? So you just clarify for us, what the guardrails are, what the boundaries are. I agree, we're not the same First Amendment wise, but there's people out there who don't agree, and so I think we just need to understand, what's right, what's wrong, don't do this, it's okay to do that, that's all.
Our implementing guidelines will do exactly that for you.
And I know you're on it, so thank you. I appreciate all your responses.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you, Raquel, for your clarification. I got three more questions, and we can let you go. I know you have a lot to do. David Lasher.
Hi, good evening, Ms. Beltran.
Good evening.
I know it's been mentioned going back several months now, but I remain concerned about the instance of voter fraud we personally experienced in our last Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council election. When Dunn has responded, and even hearing back on this matter has been challenging, Dunn seemed to hang its hat on the fact that Sharia Darahanian presented a genuine business registration, even as it ignored proof of fraud, as she lives outside of Granada Hills. The problem is that the registration submitted was obtained allegedly fraudulently, as we proved with several pieces of evidence and proof from other people involved, that Mr. Darahanian did not live or work out of the Porter Ranch address that was listed on the business registration. And I made the analogy at the time that if I presented a driver's license to vote in the Porter Ranch neighborhood election, and it was later shown that that address was a vacant lot, anyone can't just say, well, yeah, the driver's license was real, therefore he can go ahead and vote. That's fraud. And somehow this needs to be addressed system-wide, because what we've heard is that Dunn is an investigative body. We're not in business of investigating this. The business registration was real, and everything else, all the other water is just water in the bridge with respect to the fact that it was clearly the house specific, without going any more into it, that the house that was listed, the address, she has absolutely no connection to. And I personally talked to the homeowner, said that she never lived there. She didn't work there. She knew her as a former neighbor from several years before. That's fraud. And she not only ran for a seat on the council, she won the seat. She probably voted for herself out of that address. And the sixth vote getter, was have a good day, bye. And she ultimately resigned when it was presented to her, citing some other issue. But Dunn's got to address the system wide so that there can be a way without being Perry Mason to investigate it.
Sure. So there are three-part answer to your statement. One is important to realize that in the election procedure, if the election had still been underway and the question about the documentation, when the election's underway, it's the city clerk that does that investigation. In this particular case, it became an issue for Dunn to investigate using the board seating policy and the other policies that were in effect at that time. So the election was closed by the city clerk based on what was presented and how voters voted up until that time. There is no rule that says that if a person doesn't accept the seat or begin to serve by in this case, it would have been July 1st, based on our new board seating policy, that vacancy automatically goes to the next highest vote getter. So there's no policy that enables that to happen. If that is the desire of this board, then you need to take action on that to ask that the city clerk change the election rules to enable that to happen. But as of today, that's not the way that the process works. So that really wasn't an option. And I explored a lot of this myself, just to let you know that I got personally involved. I will say this about the individual, the situation additionally in the individual that you referenced. But at the time that the individual chose not to continue to accept the position, I was intending to ask the Office of Finance to verify the validity of the document that was presented, but the person did not continue to serve on the board. But that would have been the next step in order to give us, so we weren't going to take your word that the document was not valid or anybody else's word. We would have gone to the Office of Finance to present the business license and to ask them to validate whether or not it was a legitimate document or not. And based on their determination as an independent party that has the responsibility for producing these documents, at that point, we would have been in a position to know, based on the experts, whether or not the document was valid. So I would offer that I don't know that there was fraud, because we didn't go to the finance office to ask for verification of the documents. So the individual, they either decided that they were uncomfortable with this level of scrutiny and to some degree perhaps felt bullied not to continue in their role, or they could have felt like maybe something with further investigation would have suggested that the documents were not accurate. I don't know which one of those two occurred. I don't know. And actually, I have to say that none of us know. None of us know, because your documents and your assertions were never presented to an office in order to get that validation as to whether or not those documents were legitimate documents, because the individual chose not to pursue their election on the board. What I do know is that it was unfortunate.
I appreciate that answer. I understand what you're saying.
I would go on to say that it was damaging for your board and it was damaging for the community. So this training that we want to have, we hope brings the board in a better space so that moving forward, at least all of you who are currently elected on the board will be able to engage in civil discourse. And I would encourage, Mr. Lasher, that we put this issue in the past, because we did our due diligence. And had the individual continued to stay forward, we would have investigated the documents, but the individual chose not to move forward. So I don't know whether or not the person felt bullied off, or whether or not they were concerned that perhaps what you were suggesting was going to be revealed in the future, and that would have put them in an embarrassing position. So under those circumstances, I plead with you to let the board move forward, please.
Let me just say I appreciate that answer. Let me say one thing to that. I know that when I spoke with Office of Finance several months ago, again, I'm not trying to perpetuate this, months down the road, but at the time, and I unfortunately haven't had the chance to speak with you before this, I've tried. We've since found out that the Office of Finance, when I brought it to their attention, going, the business registration application that was paid for and pulled only a month before the election period started, was signed with a statement saying, under the penalty of perjury, I'm saying this is true. That's a crime. And when I mentioned the Office of Finance, who deals with this side of your office, their response was, well, you could file a whistleblower complaint. We really don't know, which is bizarre. That's really unfortunate. And I will tell you, as late as yesterday, that the business license that for Music Mentor Mr. Arahani has, the address was changed to a condominium that when I knocked on the door of that house, the woman who owns that condo says she has no idea who Sherry Arahani is, has never heard of her, and she does not run a music business out of that Rinaldi Street address that is now on her business license. So she's still continuing to set herself up to run again using an address she has no control of. I spoke with the realtor that leased it to the tenant, and I spoke with the tenant themselves. And the
Can we
tenant,
move on, please?
in a second, Jason, said, we have no idea who this person is. So I'm concerned it's going to continue down the road. Hey, here's my new business registration address.
Well,
So-
well, and I can assure you that our department in the city clerk's office will be keeping a close eye on this. So thank you
Appreciate
very
your help.
much.
Thank
And,
you.
And
Thank
just
you,
know that
Raquel.
we're going to move forward as best as
Absolutely.
possible.
Hope that puts it
Correct.
to bed. Thank you.
Correct. If we can put this behind us, nobody knows the facts, and basically discussing this matter over and over and over brings liability issues and more. So it just,
I don't see any other hands up, Mr. Chairman, but I would like to draw the board's attention to the report we submitted yesterday to the arts, parks. I'm getting it.
Health, educations, and neighborhoods.
That's right. Health, Education, and Neighborhoods Committee yesterday on the Neighborhood Council 2021 elections. There's a lot of information in that report. We'll be presenting it also to Bonk if you'd like to follow the discussion on that. And it really sets the framing for what we would like to do in the 2022-23 election. We're emphasizing and pleading with City Council to give us consideration as it relates to really investing in awareness and engagement in the election process for the neighborhood council system. We call it an election equity request. And neighborhood council elections start in 9 months, if you can believe it. And we have not one dime available to us in resources in order to do the work that we need to do for this election. So we are trying to we've created a narrative and a discussion piece to help the city council understand that it's really a 2-year process. And it takes time to do the production work. We had some successes. There was only a difference of 1,400 votes between the votes cast in 2019 and 2021. This was an all vote by mail election. The city clerk is proposing that the election be an at poll and vote by mail election for the 22-23 election process. We need to administer an outreach and engagement strategy that is commensurate to that. We've presented that. It's also important to learn that, our efforts, there was a 32% increase in the number of people who tried to get involved in the election, who asked to get involved in this election. But there were 9,000 people who requested ballots that didn't mail them back in. So there's a lot for us to do to work with your neighborhood council in order to ensure that the elections really are more robust. We will be circling back with you around all of that, but we had a very successful experience. It was not perfect. We want to do better. We identified those challenges, and we think we have some recommendations in order to improve in the process. And a lot of those recommendations came from you. So I want to thank you for sharing your views with us as part of the feedback process. We heard you, we embraced them. It's reflected in our election strategy plan that Mr. Sung will be carrying out. Thank you very much, sir.
thank you, Raquel. Quick question for you. I noticed that there's 3 attendees and 1 panelist raising their hand. Would you like to answer those questions, or is?
Yes, I'm happy to, I'm here now.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Let's go with the attendees real quick. I know one or a couple of them hand up, and then we'll go to David Balin. Or David, do you want to go first? Doesn't matter.
No, I'll take it. You called me, I'll take it. Raquel, good evening. Thank you for attending. You just made a statement. You just made a comment that we have no more funds. So my question to you is, because at the time I was a chair of the election committee, and we did our best. But we had hundreds of thousands of dollars that we were going to utilize, but because everything moved forward, we never got to really utilize it. So I'm wondering whatever happened. I think, what was the number? Was it like $600,000 or something like that?
$150,000 was awarded to the department for the 2021 election, correct? So we expended those funds, and our report to committee yesterday talked about how those funds were used.
Can
And
we?
I will tell you that about 30% of the funds were used with, to invest back in with community partners in order to make it a more robust system and engage the community in the process. And they were very, very active. Hope of the Valley was one of the partners that we had in the Valley. They were very, very helpful in order to bring more people into the process. And I think the numbers showed that that was the right strategy. That's why we had a 32% increase in the number of people who tried to get involved in the elections. So we're also, again, recognizing that we need to do more. It just wasn't enough. And just by comparison, the Registrar Recorder's Office includes, as part of their ask to the Board of Supervisors, outreach money. The clerk doesn't do that. They submit their request to administer the election. What we are saying is there should be equity as it relates to our ability to also submit a request to the city council to do outreach. So the city Registrar Recorder's Office, just by comparison, asks for $6 million in order to just to do the outreach portion, just to kind of give you a comparison. The city of New York invests $15 million in outreach to their communities, and they even do block by block analysis of what kind of languages they need on a block by block basis. So I just want to give you a comparison for a city the size of Los Angeles. And we're not talking about US citizens, we're not talking about registered voters, because you have community and interest stakeholders. That's a larger universe of people that need to participate in this system that require targeted outreach.
Just to follow up, so where would one neighborhood council, where would we be able to see the breakdown of those funds to see where they went and how they went?
Mr. Sun can make sure that you get a copy of the report.
Okay, Sun, Mr. Sun, thank you so much. I'd like to see that. Thank you.
But more importantly, what we invite you to pay to stay in tune for is our report on how we want to spend money for the next election. And we
got to get the money first.
We're trying. It's in our proposed budget.
Exactly.
It's in our proposed budget to the city council, and we hope to get your support for that.
You do. You got it. I'll show up for them. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Raquel. And let's go to the attendees real quick. Mike Benedetto, floor is yours.
I know we should leave sleeping dogs lie, but if you give me a little bit leeway, I have a comment which is very relevant towards the end. You know, I've been a paralegal since 1980. And I had followed this because it was rather interesting as far as Darahanian. So did Glenn Bailey. I have always found as a paralegal that the truth lies somewhere in the middle of two sides. And I think it's important to note that she never said she lived at that address. She said she worked there and ran a studio out of there. She didn't run the studio because COVID hit and she lost some of her clients. I think it was rather unfair that you would use your position as a council member, David, to get a hold of the realtor of that woman. And when she was contacted by you folks, she got scared, thinking that she might be running an illegal business. But the point is, you guys, well, some of you people had challenged the validity of her legal city license permit. She was vindicated twice by two other challenges. And as far as going to the condo place where she was going to do the music mentors out of the garage, she was, I actually seen the affidavit of that owner saying that she could. The point that I'm trying to get at is we should not be slandering people. We should not be bullying people. This has been brought up like 4 or 5 times that I know of. And I agree with you, Raquel. We just need to let this go and not bring it up ever again. It's not about this side or that side or this tug of war and this tug of war. There's only one side, and that's our neighborhood council and our system working for the side of the community. And that's the most important part of what we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Next, Assad. Assad, floor is yours.
Yes. Hi, Raquel. Welcome to Porter Ranch and Happy New Year. And I'm very glad you're getting fully staffed finally. And of course, I remain fully supportive of Empower LA, PRNC, and all the 99 NCs, and will assist you in your funding challenge. I have here a comment and a question. The comment, just a reminder, when you're setting the grievance hearing panelists, please remember they need extensive training. As we all know, the past panelists, all of them on average got 10-minute training with a handover of an 8-page leaflet, and then they ended doing decisions that might come back as a liability to the city. So just a reminder, train the panelists very well. The question I have is, as I mentioned to you and to Ms. Capri Maddox, there is a need for the NCs for training to address community concerns about Brown Act violations, equity, code of ethics, discrimination, and all that. So is your sessions and intended training will be covering these matters? And thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Mr. Chairman, as I understand public comment, I'm not to be responding to members of the public unless I'm asked a direct question from the board. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Would you like?
But if you could choose to answer in this case, it's up to you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So good evening. Nice to see you, and Happy New Year to you as well, sir, and members of the board. Two-part answer. One is that we have developed and recruited a broader number of individuals to serve on regional panels. I think we're up to almost 75. So we've been diligently working since November of last year to increase the number of individuals available to serve on the regional grievance panels, number one. Number two, we have trainings that are going to be scheduled for regional panels before they are asked to serve on a panel. We found that to be a necessity, because once a panel is formed, we had a problem training them because it's a Brown Act meeting. So it's very difficult to teach people what their job is in a Brown Act environment for what was essentially a new process. Before I came to the department, there were no procedures for administering that ordinance, remembering it's a city council ordinance. So what we decided to do instead, and this supports the concerns that people raised to us that were completely legitimate and I shared, we're going to train them first before they're assigned to a panel. That lets us to have a conversation. The city attorneys are going to be involved in that process. We'll be able to respond to questions, explain what the rules are and what the parameters of discussion are that they would need to have before they are assigned to work on a grievance. So that should be responsive to what you're talking about. And as part of that process, of course, all neighborhood councils are expected to take the ABLE 1 training, which addresses anti-bias, and they'll be ABLE 2 training coming on board thanks to a contract we have in partnership with LA Civil Rights Department that will focus on gender expression and gender identity. So those are trainings that we see that should be very, very helpful and useful. I had to take the ABLE 1 training. It helped me to understand more about my biases and how I filter those things without realizing it, and to think better about how I interact with my colleagues and with my community as it relates to those things. And our ultimate goal is to have these trainings useful and helpful to all of us to understand what's important so that we can reduce the number of code of conduct issues that we see on neighborhood council boards. Thank you.
Thank you, Raquel. And thank you for mentioning the anti-bias training. I know there's a few board members that have not done it yet. Please, it is due, it is mandatory. Please complete it and submit the paperwork. That's correct, Raquel?
That is correct, sir. And additionally, we are going to be sending a communication to boards that don't have 100% compliance. And we're going to be asking you to tell us what you're going to do to hold your colleagues accountable to that training. So board members don't want the department to be heavy-handed. Board members, NCs say we have a level of autonomy and independence. We don't want you coming down on us. So we're piloting this. And we're saying to boards, okay, then we're going to send a communication to you with the number of individuals and the names of the individuals who have not complied with that training. You tell us before we take action what you're going to do to hold your colleagues accountable. Most of you have a bylaws provision that requires that all board members be in compliance. So be prepared for that communication from me.
Thank you. I
Welcome.
got 2 more comments and then we will be moving on. I have Glenn Bailey. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Gabriel, and good evening, Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council and General Manager Beltran. So I raised my hand a long time ago, it seems like, regarding the grievance panel. I just wanted to indicate that the grievance panel was chaired by not only a longtime Neighborhood Council board member, but also someone who is a practicing attorney for many decades, a litigation attorney dealing with evidence in the courts. And in terms of, and I can tell you that the chair of the grievance panel viewed the videotapes of your meetings in question. I was also a member of the grievance panel. At the time that this session was held, I had almost 20 years of experience with neighborhood councils. Actually, before neighborhood councils in the department ever got formed, as certifying neighborhood councils. That doesn't count before that. So I totally agree that having additional training or having training for the grievance panelists, because it's a set known group of folks selected by each neighborhood council. So that's very doable and very important. I totally agree with that. But any indication that this grievance panel, at least a majority of the grievance panel, didn't have experience dealing with the process, I think is disingenuous. And I just wanted to set the record straight on that. And in terms of taking the time to watch the videos of your meetings and knowing what's admissible and not admissible in a court of law. And again, another member, myself, who is very, in fact, I attended the commission meetings when the grievance policy was being developed. So I just wanted to put that out there. But my point in saying that is, it was the clear intention in the recommendation of the grievance panel that the question came up is, was it necessary for all board members to attend? It was the clear intention, based on what had happened with this neighborhood council over multiple meetings, that every board member attend. Now, I realize the board has changed, but you inherited from what your predecessors had done. So I fully expect that the department, and this is very consistent with other mandatory trainings that the department has imposed on other neighborhood councils, including fiscal admonitions and other sorts of things. The department has the authority to require 100% participation attendance at such a session. So I just wanted to clear that up. And certainly if the general manager wants to correct anything I've said, she's certainly welcome to. I did just want to close with regards to Council File 20-0963, the general manager mentioned with regards to the department's report back on the neighborhood council 2021 election outreach component. I read the 15 pages of the report. I did speak at the city council committee yesterday, and a couple of the things that were raised here today I think are very important. First of all, I'd recommend that you do agendize this at your next meeting, that you all read the report. The city clerk has created a working group from their side. They handle the administrative side, the candidate filing, the voter registration, the polling places, the preparation of the election handbook. And they have created, for the past number of years, a working group of neighborhood council leaders to work with them in that process, to advise them. The working group doesn't make the decisions, but they advise them. And I am asking the general manager to have the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment have a similar working group of neighborhood council leaders, both experienced and maybe new, people who have expertise in social media and other types of outreach, and maybe those who don't. And to create a working group of such neighborhood council folks to advise the department with regards to outreach. Yes, you had some listening sessions or town halls, but ultimately the neighborhood council folks going forward in making such recommendations were not involved with that, other than attending and asking questions and making a few comments. So that's my recommendation there. And the last comment is with regards to the money that was spent for this 2021. When you read the report, it doesn't go into the detail that that I think that should be. It should be more detailed. Exactly how that money was spent. $600,000 is a lot of money. How much money was spent for each of the particular groups? How much money was spent for each of the, the social media ads, etc. That it could be an addendum, but I think that every dollar of that $600,000 should be accounted for. Thank you very much for listening. And if I've misspoken on anything, I would appreciate the general manager correcting me. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to reply to that or move forward?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to just comment that I'm not sure what Mr. Bailey is referring to that was disingenuous on my part. My reference to training regional panelists was just only that there was clearly a need. Regional panelists said that they needed to have an opportunity to have an exchange of thought, an exchange of discussion with us in order for us to be able to more robustly respond to their questions. That was very difficult to do in a Brown Act meeting. That was the only intention in my statement, and we think that was a good idea, and we've addressed that issue. So it was not a reflection of any of the panels, any of the regional panels that served. Those people worked very, very hard. They looked at a lot of material and they did their due diligence, and I'm very proud of the work that those individuals contributed to the process. As it relates to—
Sorry, I wasn't calling you disingenuous. I was mentioning it was in reference to some of the comments that were made by others. Just want to make that clear. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm relieved. Thank you very much, Mr. Bailey. And then, certainly we have no issue with putting together a work group and that works with the department more closely. Certainly after we have our full complement of staff, we'll begin to kind of think that through. I will use this as an opportunity to remind everybody of one thing, and that is the city clerk's office they have a core staff that works on these elections year round. We don't have that. So they have election assistants that are there. That's what we're saying is necessary for us. And that's why we call it election equity. And just also want to clarify that I've had this conversation with the city clerk's office. I let her know that we would be moving forward with this narrative. She understands it's not an anti-city clerk thing. We work very well with our partners. She understands the dilemma that we have. Elections are general fund obligations. The city clerk's office is able to go forward and request what they think is necessary to administer the election without the limitation of having to come up with revenues that offset the cost of elections. That's a fundamental obligation of government to fund elections, and we should not be obligated to try to find some revenue source to cover the cost of our part of administering the outreach and engagement for neighborhood council elections. So that's what we're referring to in terms of election equity, but we agree that the work group is necessary and we fully intend to do that. And we're happy to give them a more detailed breakdown on the budget. And it wasn't 600,000, it was 456,000. Not splitting hairs, but I would have rather had 600,000. That would have gotten us in a better direction. And just for the record, so that you know, we're asking City Council for $1 million in order to do the 22-23 election. So we hope, and we have a very detailed budget that will be available for your review.
Yeah, General Manager and Gabriel, General Manager, can I add a couple quick things?
Of course, sir. Please do.
Regarding the working group, we have to look at the timeline and the time frame. By the time we do the working group, the candidate filing will be open, and then, so I'm not saying that we don't want to do it, because to Glenn's point, for the board, we did do some regional gatherings with elections and outreach chairs consistently last year before the, we had feedback sessions about the vote by mail. We had 4 sessions. We had also 7 or 8 sessions with the election outreach chairs. And also our NEAs, to the best of their ability, try to meet with each of your neighboring councils one-on-one. So that, to me, is a little more very micro-targeted which we could tailor the outreach strategies to the specific needs of your council. So while I do support the working group, but we're looking at doing the elections and preparing for that now. So I just want to put that out.
In the end, we agree with all of you. We want to do more. And that's what we're asking for, the opportunity to have resources to do, is to do more.
Thank you, Raquel. I really need to end this. It's going back and forth. There's more hands popping up, and I know there's quite a few things on the agenda still to go. But we will set up the training. I'll work with you to set up a date and the board.
very much.
And then more questions can be asked there, I'm assuming, at the training.
And people can feel free to send an email to Mr. Soon around questions that we haven't responded to today. We're happy to continue the conversation, and we're very thankful for the opportunity to join you this evening, and I hope to have another opportunity soon.
Thank you very much. Happy New Year again, and we'll talk to you soon. Thank you. Thank you, Thomas, as well.
Thank you, Chair.
Hey, Gabe. Hey,
Let's do this. Let's take a 2-minute break real quick until I get my notes straight here. 2 minutes without objection. Let's come back. So it's 8:28. We come back at 8:30, please. All right. All right, board, are you here? Board, please come back.
Hey, Gabe, you gonna give me a minute to respond or what?
Sorry?
Are you gonna give me a minute to respond or what?
Yeah, go for it.
I appreciate it. And I know it's 8:30. I'm not trying to waste anybody's time. You know, it's like when Al Pacino said The Godfather, that every time I try to go out, they pull me back in. I want to go forward. I want to go backward on this nonsense. Okay. But it's not really fair for Mr. Benedito to sit there and say that, you know, anybody was bullied or anything else, you know, what he doesn't know is that the realtor in that situation called me because he was concerned that the property was going into escrow and he didn't want any connection to being told that there was a business being run out of the house. He was surprised to hear that. The homeowner said that she knew Sherry from living next door, literally next door, several years before. She didn't run a business out of that house. She didn't know why she would say that. No one was bullied. And the security company that runs the parking, I have friends that live up there. I've got to get a pass to go in every time. They told us that there was no gate pass in Sherry's name for a car to get in. So how are you going to run a music business out of a house when you can't even get in the gated community yourself? So, you know what, we never, honestly, in between, you know, you and the gate post, we never had the opportunity to have this discussion. The emails back and forth being done months ago, that was where it was all left. So it's concerning. No one's harassing anybody or bullying anybody. Believe me, I was bullied all through high school for the way my teeth appeared. I'm not in a position to bully anybody. I wouldn't tolerate it. So that's all I had to say, and I appreciate you giving me a minute. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have a quorum here? There's a lot of screens black. I just want to make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's move forward. What I'm going to do is I'm going to shuffle things around a little bit. Next thing will be public comments, and I'm going to limit it to 1 minute a comment, please. First one will be Jamie. Jamie, the floor is yours. Jaime or Jamie, I'm not sure.
Jamie.
Jamie, thank you.
I'm from the Reseda Neighborhood Council, and I was hoping to have asked Raquel a question, but it's okay. For Mr. Balin, was it, that was asking about the money? I would highly encourage all of you to go to the controller's website and take a look at what they actually spent versus what they say they spent. I've been digging in on this because it hasn't felt right to me for weeks. And there is a very large discrepancy between what they said they spent versus what they actually spent. That's almost $200,000 in a discrepancy in terms of their outreach efforts from what I can see from the controller's website. In addition, the execution of some of these contracts occurred after the elections occurred, which is also very hinky. And the reason I kind of dug in on this is because I had questions about the neighborhood council engagement survey. And the pushback that I got from that was so unusual that it kind of made me go, why is there this pushback? And that's what sort of led me down the garden path of looking at the contracts that were had with the city. And this is a $50,000 contract, so this is not a small amount of money. And in my opinion, the neighborhood councils, but particularly the neighborhood councils in the Valley, were not served well by the engagement process by the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. The money was not spent in a way that seems sensical. It was not spent in a way that adds up. The timing of the money. In fact, one of the contracts is to do promotion for a neighborhood council election that was not occurring in 2021. To put it mildly. So there is a lot here that is worth digging in on, and I would highly recommend that you take a look at the controller's website and get the itemized transactions for the last 2 years if this is something that you are interested in.
Thank you, Jamie. And David will reach out to you now that you said it.
I'm on the Reseda Neighborhood Council. I'm the secretary.
Perfect. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you.
Assad, floor is yours. You got 1 minute.
All right, I'll rush in 1 minute. So I echo on what Raquel and Glenn said. Yesterday, LA City Council discussed file 200963 regarding the city clerk and Empower LA reports. And none of the NCs had a chance or a time to submit CIS. I highly encourage you guys to submit CIS for this item and any other items in support or against, because at least this way you make the voice of Porter Ranch constituents heard. Second item, due to the wind last Saturday, the main transformer on Mason and Sensinan malfunctioned and took out the whole traffic light and 20 street lights. However, I had the city crew immediately come in on Sunday and fix it. And by Monday, it was working. And thank you to David Balin for helping me to reach out to PRCS and LASD to keep them informed. The past 3 weeks, There has been increased street racing, speeding, and donuts. So I kindly ask the chair of the safety committee to set up for us a meeting to discuss these and discuss some of the mitigation plans that I presented to this board early 2021. Next item, COVID-19 is still a threat. So please, Mr. President, agendize an item every month or every other month to at least give us a CDC direction, what's going on, Porter Ranch status. And last, if there is any issues with street lights or any city services, use the 311 app or email 311@lacity.org and with as much detail as you can. And of course, if it's street lighting outages, I'm still your resource here if you need any help, and I'll take care of it. And thank you for what you do.
Thank you, Assad. Let's go to Glenn Bailey.
Good evening again. Good evening again. I just changing subjects to the Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Councils. Just wanted to make sure or remind you that the meeting is second Thursday, so typically the night after your board meetings. And this month we have scheduled Congresswoman Karen Bass, who's one of the candidates for mayor. So she is probably, in my years of neighborhood council life, I never had her at a neighborhood council event in the Valley. And I'm trying to think if any neighborhood council event. Anyway, this may be her first foray into Valley neighborhood council world. So you're all invited. Okay, it's on the agenda. I'm sure that several of you haven't can share it, but it has been posted on the lanc.org Neighborhood Council Alliance webpage, lancc.org, and go to NC Alliances down at the bottom, V for Vank, and you will find the agenda. And then just also a heads up, and I know you've had him, I think personally before COVID, the chief of police, Michael Moore, so you're special because because of where he lives and where you are. But anyway, he's scheduled to be our February speaker of to the Valley Alliance. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Glenn. And one last one, Mike Benedetto, floor is yours. Mike, are you here?
Yeah. So I had trouble with that.
No problem.
In conjunction with what Glenn just said, just want to let you know that United Chamber of Commerce, which is made up of 19 chambers in the Valley here, will be having a mayor's luncheon. The date has not been arranged yet. So it's a mayor candidate luncheon, and that would be in person. And we get to meet all the candidates and hear what their platforms would be. And I'll let you guys know more so in the future. I'm a regional director there, so I can let you guys know when that's coming up.
Thank you, Mike. And let's move on. I'm going to move a few things around. Like I said, next item I'm going to bring up is going to be item number 14. I know I got a message that they really need to get off, but I want them to discuss the project real quick and give updates. So it's a discussion of possible action regarding Wilbur and Rinaldi project. Updates are going to be provided by not John anymore, but Nor. Nor, you are still here, correct? Let's see, allow to talk.
That is correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman, and thank you to the board for this opportunity to give an update on 19,000 Rinaldi. We are still waiting for city permitting to begin our project there. We anticipate the permit to be within reach of less than 6 months. Once that permit is received, we'll start doing soil removal and foundation work. The quicker we get this project moving, I mean, COVID has delayed it due to the permitting process, but the sooner we get this moving, the sooner we'll ensure public safety, especially in a vacant lot on Rinaldi. So we're looking forward to getting that moving, and we'll keep the board here updated as we progress. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Where did he go? Nora, are you still here? Nor, I don't see him. We'll wait until he can, we'll give him a couple of seconds to come back. If not, let me message him meanwhile real quick too.
He's back.
Is he back? Nor, there he is. Nor, can you hear us?
Yes.
There you go. You got cut off there for a sec. Okay, let's see if anybody.
Thank you. Where did I leave off?
You left off by saying the 6 months to complete the project. You're in the process of moving the soil soon, and then I believe soon after you got cut off.
Yeah, we're waiting for, once we get the permitting, we anticipate that to happen within the 6 months. We'll begin soil removal once that is achieved and foundation work. The sooner we get this project moving, especially where the location of this property is, we'll definitely get, public safety there. We don't want to see what's happening on Rinaldi on this property as well.
Thank you. I see a board member with a question. Jason, the floor is yours.
Yeah, hi, Nor. It's just been on my mind. The property, the weeds are so, they're probably four feet high. The property's really been neglected. And, Nor, I just want to let you know, in Porter Ranch, we work really hard to keep things looking nice here. The trees we got planted along Rinaldi, the weeds are just growing, almost as tall as my daughter. And, we don't want to be like, it's out of compliance with the fire code, honestly. But, it's just a matter of being a good neighbor. And so I would just kindly ask that you go back to John and just ask him, because I think the last time you did brush clearance was probably around maybe June and May, back in May when it was required. But, there's trash all over the property. There was a cardboard box, shopping carts sitting there for months at a time. And, imagine if, his plumbing business, every day he had to go out or outside his home or outside your home, you had to walk out there and just realize that, the country club, they're doing a good job. The HOA, they're doing a good job. But every day we have to drive by and have you seen the property the way it looks right now?
Yeah, Jason, thank you for bringing that up. I do live in the area as well. I live right off of Brasilia, off of Wilbur there. So I'll bring that up to John and we'll address those concerns immediately. Thank you for bringing that up.
I really appreciate it. We try really hard. I'm the chair of beautification and, this is very important to us. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. We'll address that immediately. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jason. And do we have one more question, a stakeholder, Andrew? Andrew, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gabriel, President Gabriel. Thank you, board. I just want to once again reiterate, as a stakeholder who's right there on that corner, my objection to the segment of the project that is the building right at the corner of Wilbur Rinaldi. I want to make it very clear that the corporate headquarters that's back behind, I am 100% in support of. I think it's a great use of that particular parcel. But I continue to maintain that intersection has not been resolved from a public safety standpoint, from a traffic standpoint, and putting a building and increasing the traffic there, I think is incredibly foolish. And I maintain that position now as long as this project has been kind of on the radar. So thank you for allowing me to put that on the record.
Thank you, Andrew. Would you like to respond to that, Nor, or?
Thank you for that information. We'll move forward, Gabriel, for other questions.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? No, there aren't. Thank you very much, Nor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the board. Thank you guys for this opportunity, and we'll keep you informed as we make progress. Thank you.
Please do so. Please email me, and I can forward it to the board whenever there are updates on this project.
You got it, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you. 1 second. All right, board. I know it's a potential discussion of possible action. Is there any action the board wants to take? Jason,
I'm good.
you're good? If no further question, we can move on. Let's move on to item number 13. I know they've been waiting patiently. Item number 13. And David, you want to open it up?
Sure. Do you want to bring them on first?
Yes, 1 second.
So, well, he's bringing everybody. I just want to tell the community I'm honored and I'm pleased to have done Gamiles with Argos Scientific. Argos Scientific has been on the forefront of our community ever since we had the gas blowout. We also have Andrea Polinari from the AQMD, who has spearheaded this as well. To have both you gentlemen here tonight, I'm truly grateful. I'm going to turn it over to you, and you can let the community know what we're looking forward to. And I just wanted to, I know Gabriel is going to tell you anyway, but our air monitoring ad hoc committee is still alive, and we're here for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that needs to come on this meeting before I hand it over? I got Don and I got Andre on.
Great, and I guess I'll start. I'm Don Gonzalez. I want to thank you guys for taking the time to have us or allowing us to visit with you tonight. Some people may know who I am. Anyway, we're Argos Scientific. We've been selected as the co-project manager for the installation of the community and fence line monitoring networks for Porter Ranch and the area, close by to it. Are the other people who will be kind of co-managing this is the Atmospheric Science Department at UCLA. We're going to be going ahead and designing the neighborhood monitoring as well as the fence line. And, we just were awarded the contract from South Coast last week. Thank you very much for that opportunity. And, probably the first thing we're going to be doing once we get through a few legal things that we need to address is putting together a community meeting where we will have a draft air monitoring plan that we will be seeking some guidance and input and thoughts of the community themselves. We plan on doing that about a month after the actual signing of the contract itself, which is going to happen very, very soon. With that being said, I'd like to just introduce Andrea Polidori. He's the represents South Coast on this and is, I guess all I can say is, guys, you're going to get world-class air monitoring equipment. It's the best team you can imagine. And it's an absolute honor to be able to be given, the responsibility to help get this implemented and get it to where you guys are really getting the information that you've always kind of wanted. So with that, Andrea.
Thank you, Don, and good evening, everyone, and Happy New Year. Good to see familiar faces and to meet, the rest of the neighborhood council in Porter Ranch. To add to what Don said, I know that a lot of you have been waiting for, this moment for, the contract to be finally ready and for, this team comprised of Argos and UCLA to start the implementation of the project. On the monitoring side, I work with the monitoring and analysis division at the AQMD. We have been doing everything we could, not just to select the best, contractor for this particular project, but also to make sure that the contract was finalized and ready to go, as soon as we could. There's several organizations. The AQMD is going to contribute with $1 million. The Aliso Fund Committee is contributing with $1.5 million. As you can imagine, there's MOUs, memorandum of understanding that needs to be kind of drafted, signed, corrected, revised. And so legally, it was quite complicated, but I think we are at the point where we can finally really, concentrate on what needs to be done in order to develop and implement the fence line monitoring system and the community network. So I think we are at a very good point. I've been doing monitoring for the longest time. So to me, this is the most exciting part, just because we are going to get down to business and start monitoring.
Thank you, Andre. Thank you, Don. Quick question. Do we have any projected locations for the air monitoring, or is there any discussion on that yet?
Oh yeah, so what Don was mentioning, so the first assignment for Don and his team is going to be to draft an air monitoring plan and to organize the meeting with the Porter Ranch community. During that meeting, they will present the air monitoring plan, and they will gather feedback from the community. So in terms of there's definitely proposed locations, but we would like to get your input to see if you agree with those locations. And on the practical side, Don and his team are going to have to get permits for the placement of this equipment. And so I'm sure that we would like to work together with you, so that if you have context within Porter Ranch, but also contact at the city level, those contacts definitely should help in expediting this process. But the entire project is going to be unveiled officially, so to speak, during this meeting that I was referring to.
Thank you. And how many units are going up? Do you guys know? Is it one unit, multiple units?
Don, would you like to comment on
Sure.
that?
Yeah, there's actually two components to it. There's going to be a fence line component, which is basically, between Aliso Canyon and the community itself. There's going to be at least 3 to 4 systems there doing that, covering as much of that possible area as we can. And then within the community itself, there'll be a number of what we call point monitor stations that will kind of create a grid pattern within the city itself. So that way, if there is an issue, we can really very much help in determining what part of the community is actually being impacted. And also, the other part of that is, actually kind of reversing that and figuring out where the actual source might be. So it's a very, it's a very sophisticated method. And again, the one person who isn't on this tonight is Johan Stutz. He's works for UCLA, is absolutely, he's the best in the business of doing this. I mean, he pretty much invented the science of fence line monitoring. So to have him as part of this it's just an incredible opportunity. You guys will have the best technology in the world.
Thank you, Don.
It's exciting.
One more question, and I'll open it up to the board. My question was, is it going to be the same thing as the fence sign was, the real time that everybody can log on and check the stats and etc.? Everything's going to be open?
Actually, it'll be that and more. Yeah, absolutely. So this is going to be a very transparent process. I mean, all of that, we the Air District, when they asked us to help put this together and present a proposal, had some specific requirements to actually exceed what we're currently doing or what we did in the past. And this is going to be your fence line, your project. So we definitely will be seeking as much community input as we can. We understand that there's probably will never be, you're not doing it right if everybody's happy. There's going to be people who will want to do slight tweaks, but again, we've got, the best people out there, and we want it at the end of the day to be something that you guys use. That's what makes it so important. Yeah.
Thank you. Jason, floor is yours.
Don, I just wanted to thank you because, I remember when this all went down, and I just want to, remind for those of you who don't know that, Don came in and put a system in at one of our stakeholders' houses, and the community relied on that for so many years. And, the giving back that you did to the community really is what's allowed the community to trust you and your company. And so, I just want to thank you for doing that, because if you look at how long it's been, we would have had nothing, right? From day one when it happened, we would have had nothing. And at least the community had something, although it was just a small little system. That's what we had, and you didn't send us we just really appreciate it. And I look forward to the balance between how many chemicals we want to monitor and what we want to monitor, because we have to think about there's a lot of chemistry involved in terms of the capabilities of the equipment and what we can monitor and how many different things we want to monitor for, and I look forward to that discussion. And I'm sure Gabriel is welcome to having a special meeting or providing, the platform for this discussion. We can't do like in person, but we certainly can have special meetings, for the sole purpose of getting into all the details. So, it means a lot, Don. I mean, from me to you, what you did. I mean, I remember what you did at Susan's house, and it means a lot. So thank you.
Well, and I'm flattered, but I mean, you guys are the real heroes in this whole thing. I mean, you've stuck with this. You've made it known that you really that air monitoring was a really important thing. You can't understate the fact that Andrea and his team and their ability to get funding to get this going is extraordinary. It's again, I mean, without them, we wouldn't be able to move forward with this project. We'll do whatever we can to make you guys happy. I mean, again, this isn't going to be a successful program unless you guys use it and love it and, are really happy with the final product. And that's what our sole focus, everybody who's a part of this, is that's the thing we want to make sure happens.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you. And also I want to thank AQMD and Jason Lowe and Andrea. Yes, you guys were always answering the tough questions that I had. And so, yeah, I also want to recognize you guys as well. Thank you.
We have 3 stakeholders with questions, or 4. Let's start with Mike Benedetto. Floor is yours. Mike?
All right, I'm here. Don, Andrea, thank you so much for bringing this back. This is very vital to the Porter Ranch and outlying communities, actually. Don't you think it would be helpful, though, if you knew completely what you were monitoring for? And let me elaborate. We know about the mercaptans and the methane and a whole list of chemicals, but there's a whole nother list of chemicals that are part of that gas leak blowout that we don't know. And we cannot get that information from public health. Supervisor Barger's office and a few others refused to subpoena it. The reason why I know this, I'm one of the original 6 members of the CAG. And I hope you agree that it would be helpful that if we knew everything that we were testing for.
Don, you want to answer that?
Sure. And absolutely. I mean, we always want to get absolutely all of the information that we can possibly get. We're also going to need to balance that with the time frame to get it, because there's obviously a sense of urgency here. And then the other reality, which we'll cover more, I think, in some follow-up meetings, is, you know, there's a limit of what current technologies can do very well. And we want to always emphasize that those may be the things that those are the more preferred technologies, because again, that's what we want to be able to do is figure out what systems will match as best we can what we think is in the air. You're absolutely right. We obviously want to get as much information as we can in order to, you know, figure out what the true impacts of the community are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Next is Assad. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Don, Andrea, always great to have you. And, you know, we're looking forward to the solution. I just wanted to mention from the multiple talks I had with you, Andrea, as on the different committees and all that, my department, the Bureau of Street Lighting, ended with a partnership with AQMD. So far, we deployed 18 quality monitoring sensors. Nothing in Porter Ranch yet, but it's coming soon. And it's a part of the support for the green zones. At this time, it's in Pacoima, Boyle Heights, and Wilmington. And along the line, once it hits Porter Ranch, it will be the data available for whatever solution coming up and all the data. Plus, at the same time, finally, I got funded from NASA for the small scale sensors that we're rolling out throughout the San Fernando Valley, a part of the Smart City Air Quality Intervention and Toolkit. On the back end, this could tie up to what Don and you're all doing. And to give you what the way we've done it is we piggyback on the street light itself. The monitor is put on the pole and it's already posted on our lacity.org website. And you see, like we discussed, you could power it from the luminaire itself. And this is give you fast deployment, quick. And if you need help with the attachment permitting, just let me know and we'll process it with you within 2-3 working days. Anything you need from the engineering design, let me know, because I'm ordering a lot of the sensors and toys and whatever you call it, smart city pilot. And, you know, we can collaborate our efforts so that we serve not only Porter Ranch, but the whole San Fernando Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Assad. Next is Patty. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes.
Sorry about that, Patty. You back?
Okay, you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
I know Andrea's probably getting really tired of all the emails I've been sending and nagging and all that, because I'm not just a member of the CAG, I'm also a co-founder of the Lisa Moms Alliance. We've been pushing to get the health concerns of this area taken care of, and this is the last SEP that's being actually activated from the decree from 2018. And I know that wasn't AQMD's fault that it took more than 2.5 years before he and his crew got a chance to take on the project. It seems to be going at snail's pace, and as Don has said from Argos, it is an urgent matter because last month the CPUC allowed SoCal Gas to inject more capacity of gas storage, and in doing so, and then about half the month there was withdrawals. If you look at the invoice site, withdrawal, which means that we were getting assaulted with whatever chemicals. It's not just the methane, not just the mercaptans, it's BTEX monitors, BTEX chemicals. I'm glad that's part of the deal, is that will be looked at and measured, because we need to be able to know what is the carcinogens that are coming out, that are affecting us, that are raising the cancer rates. And it is a crisis, but also that data can be used for the health study. So that's kind of a really exciting thing. So we're missing out on more than 2 years. And again, it's not AQMD's fault for that part, but just seems everything's going at sales pace. So we need to make sure that we're not saying, okay, well, oh, wait, we can't have a town meeting for 2 months. So let's wait on that. No, everything needs to be happening and happening because it is our health. So thank you to both of you for taking this on, and let's just make sure we're not having any more delays. Thank you.
And thank you, Patty. And quickly, it was never and is never a bother. If anything, you know, I'm actually sorry that at times I wasn't able to reply as fast as possibly I should have. But as I said before, you know, it's you know, I might have the technical answer, but some of the questions that you asked requires, you know, different level of approvals and different level of information from other departments, and so things get complicated. But again, we always do our best, and we continue to do so. So if you have any additional questions, I mean, at any point, I mean, by this time, you know my email address and everything else, so you know how to reach me.
Thank you. The next question is from Craig. Craig, floor is yours.
Thank you, Gabriel. Don and Andrea, hello. Andrea, you and I have spoken many times. Don, you and I spoke once or twice on the phone. You might not remember me, but I'm also a member of the CAG. And, you know, this has been a long train coming here, and we're 38 months out from when the initial monies were put aside to put in air monitoring. So Don, you know, you were first on the ground, and, you know, you did an admirable job installing the one station. And what was so admirable about it was the real-time data feeds. So Don, I'm going to ask you, and then Andrea, I'm going to ask that you confirm if this is indeed so. Don, have you gotten any sense of a pushback in making the data sets anything less than real-time and 100% transparent? And I mean, even the notion, because Jason Lowe said in an early meeting that the data will need to be looked at by AQMD to validate it before it is submitted to the portal. He said that in a public meeting. Don, have you gotten any indication that there will be anything less than 100% transparency in real time with the data? And Andrea, I'm asking you to confirm if this is so.
And I guess, Craig, this is I hate to do this to you. This is a somewhat nuanced reply here. Okay. You know, the reality is, and we do this a lot. We run a lot of fence line networks. We run a lot of stuff, community air monitoring networks, and we do it all over the world. Real-time data can be very valid, but you always have to do a second level of quality assurance in order to do a final validation. Now, that being said, we do, and one of the interesting things here that everybody needs to kind of understand is, yeah, this process has been long, but the beauty of it is sometimes you're better off being kind of the end at these things, because the technology has changed in an amazing way in the past 4 or 5 years. Air monitoring equipment that's available today, we couldn't even dream about 4 years ago. And also our ability to validate data in real time is also much more sophisticated today. So we're very good at presenting to the public, you know, data that is highly, the data quality is really good. That being said, we always, in order to get the final, you know, results, there will be a review of that data. But I mean, you know, we're very comfortable with real-time results these days.
I would advocate for real-time availability of the data. And then if there's an anomaly that needs to be explained, let the data go through and then come back later with an explanation of the anomaly.
again, I'll have to defer to, I don't know if I would necessarily think that's the best way to go, because one of the things we've often worried about, and we do a lot of stuff up in the San Francisco Bay Area, is if you get a detection that is truly erroneous, I don't want someone looking at that data and then driving into the into the ocean to get away. You know, we really want to avoid always putting what we, you know, erroneous data out to the public.
You know, if I may chime in, we do have at AQMD a refinery program that essentially, you know, we are working with each of the 7 major refineries in the basin to run a fence line air monitoring system. So every refinery has a fence line monitoring system that measures a list of gases or pollutants at the 5-minute time resolution with information that is displayed with a few minutes delay, right? So the expectation, plus we have a community monitoring network with 10 monitoring stations. Long story short, we are doing a lot of continuous and real-time monitoring at refineries, other facilities, and so on and so forth. So when we talk about real-time, the idea is that there will be a website where the information that is collected by Dawn system at the fence line and in the community is displayed on this website with really, you know, real-time. It cannot be, you know, just a second after, but definitely like maybe a couple of minutes, a few minutes after. So that's what is meant by real time. That said, I do agree with Dawn in saying that if there is an anomaly, if there is, you know, like a concentration of any of the measured pollutant that is consistently, and I'm just proposing an example, that's consistently high or higher than what we would expect by several order of magnitude, in order to really complete a data analysis, in order to consider that information final, in order to really, you know, tell the community and everybody that that data point or that data set is final and complete, that necessarily always has to go through a different layer of data, of quality assurance. And that's just the nature of things. But I don't think it detracts from the fact that the community is going to get real-time data at the fence line in the community continuously as requested and as expected. We are really talking about technicalities. So is the information and the data provided by the fence line system final as it is measured? Is not. Is it extremely good? Is it extremely close to final? Absolutely. I would expect, you know, the vast majority of the data collected very close to final. But really, this is not exception. It's not something, you know, this type of procedure, like different level of quality assurance, is the same for, you know, the refinery monitoring, is the same for any other continuous monitoring that we are running throughout the basin. Is going to be the same for the Porter Ranch community. It's not indifferent. So what you, Craig, you know, understand in terms of what real time means, it's exactly what is going to be.
And Craig, I'd also like to add again, we're extremely good at doing real-time data quality checks. I mean, computers do this very, very quickly. And the other thing is there's going to be a lot of redundancy built into this program. So if one system is reading high and another system right next to it's reading high, we're not going to say that's invalid data. You know, I mean, these things are really, the analytics is really sophisticated these days. It's good.
You know, tonight's not the right time, but perhaps at that town hall that you're talking about, you could provide more detail about this, because Don, you're walking into, and I know you're aware that there's not a high level of trust within the community with the regulators, et cetera. So addressing this issue, I think, would be of great benefit. Last question I have, and I'm sure there's others, and then Don, I welcome you to say whatever you want. But the last question I have is the current fence line monitoring that SoCal Gas has put up, is there any logic to using that in conjunction with what you're doing, or are you putting that completely aside? And then lastly, the SoCal Gas fence line monitors do not work under not even high humidity conditions. Don, your chuckle confirmed my suspicions of that monitoring system. So will your system be able to handle the humidity?
Please, Craig, my chuckle may be that I'm just thinking about a nice joke about 3 cats, a dog, and you know.
I get it, Don, but go ahead and answer the question. Any use of the existing fence line monitors? And will the system that you're thinking about have any issues with humidity and then go offline?
Humidity, no, at all. As far as other technologies, our focus is going to be on the stuff we're installing, because it is really the best of the best. Now, that being said, 2 major objectives here are to be able to integrate other systems that may be out there, but more importantly, you know, our goal here is 5 years of monitoring. In 5 years, there will be significant evolution of technologies, and we want to be able to, we'll build it with a backbone that has the ability to adapt to what is useful out there. But our main focus, especially to begin with, is to put in the systems that, you know, are really kind of the best in show out there today.
Okay, thank you. Will there be consideration for an early warning system?
I think that's part of it. Yeah, I mean that's part of the software design.
I think we called it a notification system, right? So if there's going to be kind of a threshold that will be established, and eventually if the readings go above the threshold, you know, the community is going to receive a notification.
Push to cell phones or something.
Exceedance, right?
Okay.
Yeah, and it will also tell where the location of the exceedance might be. So, I mean, you'll be able to get a lot more information out of it than what we're doing, what's been done to this point.
Well, thank you. I think I've used enough of the group's time. We're looking for an expeditious installation, and the CAG will be happy to help in any way it can, I believe. I certainly will. Thank you, gentlemen.
I just want to kind of leave it with it. It's going to be essential that the thing that will get us to the end here is as much cooperation as we can get from the city and any other group that's there. You know, I can get you the technology. We've got to find places to put it, get the permits done, all of that, all of those kind of things. We need your help. And the more help we can get from you guys, the faster this will all move.
Thank you, Don.
But thank you again.
Thank you. Matt Pacuco is next. Matt, floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Andrea, I just want to clarify. This is Matt Pacuco, president and co-founder of Say Porter Ranch, 14-year resident of Porter Ranch and homeowner. I just want you to clarify. You said a lot of stuff regarding the real-time data, but I wasn't clear if the community will see that data as soon as it comes off of those monitors without being intercepted or filtered by anything or anybody. We see it the same time as you see it.
Correct.
Yep.
100%.
Yep.
All right, because I heard a lot of talk about quality controlled and we have to put the data set and all this mumbo jumbo. It sounded like you're going to interfere with the data before it's shown to us. I just want to make really crystal clear about
for sure.
this.
And my apologies. I've been the quality assurance manager for the division before, so unnecessarily so maybe I tend to kind of diverge into technical details, but the straight answer to your question is yes, 100%.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay, wait. One
Yes.
last question. One last question. How will we know that?
It's a good question. I think that
Because right now we watch SoCal gas monitors that we know is can't even exist in the real world. Flatline methane. Come on.
Matt, let me, Andre, if you don't mind. I mean, this is an open, this is your system, okay? you guys, this is for your community. We can at any time open this up to any kind of an external audit from your guys to show how the data is flowing. And we can take it from here's the output of the instrument to where it shows up on the web. And I'll be happy to walk anybody through that process. And anytime they want to say, Don, I want to check you, come check us.
Okay, Don, let me make it clear. This is not directed at you at all. You're the man, you brought this whole thing to us from the beginning, and you provided this to us for free. AQMD, nothing personal, Andrea. We don't trust you for SH. You know what word I'm going to say. We don't trust you, your organization, one tiny freaking bit. So this is directed at your organization. Claire?
Sure. Hopefully we'll prove you wrong. In terms of establishing the relationship, also to really kind of define the terms. AQMD in this particular situation is going to manage the contract. Don and Professor Stutz are the entities implementing the project, right? So everything that relates to the monitoring, the implementation, getting the data, validating the data, demonstrating to the community what they are getting and when they are getting and how, you can go straight to Don. We are just managing the contract in this case, but we are definitely here to help.
But again, Matt, I without Andrea and all of the people at South Coast, I mean, we couldn't be where we are today. And I am sure by the time we get done with this process, your view of the Air District, at least Andrea and his team of people, you'll have as much respect as I do, which is they're the best in the world at what they do, honestly. And we do stuff worldwide. They are the best.
Thank you, Don. Thank you, Matt. Helen, the floor is yours. And we'll make this the last question so we can move on.
Hi, my name is Helen Itai. I'm a co-founder of Alicia Mom Alliance. Thank you, Don. Thank you, Andrea. Don, the amount of trust that you have at AQMD kind of scares me, to be honest with you. Andrea, I don't know how much you know about our community. Our community has been stabbed from everywhere, every way you can possibly think of. All government agencies. That's why we do not trust any government agencies. The money has been sitting there over 2 years while we are suffering in the community. And nothing has been done. And the trust is going to be based on how fast you guys can install these monitors and what you're going to be monitoring and how fast we can have access to it and in real time. To be honest with you, everything I wanted to say, Patty, Craig, Matt, they covered it well. But I just want you to understand, I know Don has been working with the community. We appreciate what he's done. And I believe he has some understanding of our community and where we are all coming from. But I'm hoping, Andrea, that you would be working close to get to know us and we can trust you, unlike all other agencies that we do not trust. But you both need to know that this community is a very educated community. It's been working hard and we are watching you. We are watching you very closely. So please, and I wanted to thank Patty here for pushing for these monitors more than anybody in the community. I mean, if it wasn't for emails, I don't think we would have this going on right now. And also, are you going to be monitoring the benzene too? Because, methane and mercaptan, we are used to it. We know what it does, nosebleed, but the cancer, the amount of, diagnosis we're getting here is not just mercaptan and methane. And we all know that.
Yeah, most definitely. And thanks for your comment. So before basically drafting the request for proposal that led to selecting Don and his team, we had, I believe, 3 meetings with the community and to basically gather information about what they would like to see in this project, right? And so what emerged was fence line monitoring, community monitoring for BTEX, which is benzene, toluene, xylenes, and others, and monitoring of methane. So everything that we added, the way that we customized basically this request for proposal is based really on the feedback and input from the community. So you're gonna get essentially what you ask for, which is, you know, very complete. It's something that has not been done in Porter Ranch and so on and so forth. So with respect to, you know, myself and my team, I mean, aside from the fact that I live in the Valley, so I'm very close and I'm very familiar with what happened. But, you know, back in 2015, you know, I don't know if you remember, there were a couple of like mobile vehicles with funny lasers like on top running around. And, you know, I put more than 2,000 miles worth of, you know, driving into the community. I know that, you know, Porter Ranch community in and out in terms of at least the streets, because, you know, myself and my team have been conducting monitoring for years. So I'm, you know, these are just words, and take it for what they are. But, you know, myself and my group are extremely committed to providing, you know, this group and the community at large with the best possible, you know, service that we can deliver. And, you know, of course, time will tell. And, you know, I think we are up to a good start, you know, with selecting Don and his group. You know, he has a great reputation. He has been working with the community also for, you know, several years. And in terms of how fast we can, you know, deliver and install the instruments, you know, aside from, you know, the getting the permits and going through the city, which takes time, there's also, you know, the exercise of procuring the instrumentation, which again, you know, there might be supply chain issues, you know, we don't know 100% yet, but I think that so far, you know, the indication is that we are going to be able to follow the schedule that is specified in the contract, and therefore, you know, we already started to kind of work on it. So again, I prefer to let the facts speak for themselves, and hopefully, you know, we'll regain some of the, you know, respect that I think we deserve, because we have been in this community for a very long time. We put a lot of time and effort, and we'll continue to do so.
I appreciate all that. And we just have to wait and see. But keep in mind, and meanwhile, the community is suffering. And it's not just Porter Ranch. I live in Granada Hills myself. When the wind blows, I believe we have been affected a lot here, because I can see it in my family's health and everybody. And Don, I guess, I believe he said that you cannot have a system that everybody's happy. I believe that, but the only person or anyone not being happy should be SoCalGas. Keep that in mind, Don. The community needs to be happy. SoCalGas, if it's not happy, is fine with me.
I appreciate your thoughts, Helen. And honestly, I think you're going to be very pleasantly surprised.
I hope so.
With the air district and the system you're going to be getting here. You know, again, it's like I will reiterate one more time. Sometimes it's best to be late in this game because, like I said, technology evolves so quickly. The stuff that we're having now, and it will include the ability to detect benzene. I mean, we're achieving capabilities now that we couldn't even think about 3-4 years ago. And you guys will have the best of the best. That's what's so exciting about this.
I understand that, but keep in mind, meanwhile, you know, last 6 years, a lot of people have been exposed, and we have seen a lot of cancer and death in our community while we are waiting for technology. Sometimes you cannot afford to wait for technology. We just have to go with what we have. If we had all this data, maybe we could have pushed DPH to, you know, accept that there is something is going on here that's making everybody sick. But we don't have access to that. So meanwhile, people are just dropping dead in our community. And it's very frustrating with all the diagnoses we see. Just look at Castle Bay teachers, what's happened over there.
Well, our goal is to get this in as quickly as possible with the highest quality instrumentation and a way of communicating the data to the community that you guys are in love with. That's our sole focus.
Okay, and we are watching you. Just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. And I have one more comment, looks like from Hilda, and then we'll end this item. Hilda, the floor is yours.
Hi, my question is, how soon are you starting?
Well, we have a few issues associated, just with any contract, there's always some things that we're just trying to iron out here. Our goal at this point is within about a month to have our actual kickoff meeting with the community. We're already doing a ton of pre-planning, so that the minute the contract is signed, and I don't think that's going to be long, but again, our life is filled with lawyers, and we have to work through them. But again, I think this will happen quite quickly. And once it does, within a month, we'll have that meeting, and that's the first time, hopefully you'll see us in a much more formal setting where we can get into a lot more detail. But the pre-planning, already I'm talking to vendors saying, make sure there's no supply chain issues, make sure there's nothing here to hold anything up, and let us know.
And then to have access, the public, is this going to be on an app or a website? Like on an iPhone? Is it gonna be an app?
The plan right now conceptually is both.
Okay, great.
You'll have both those as well as other mechanisms to get notifications.
All right, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I really need to end this. We do have still a few more items and it's already 9:30. Thank you, Don, and thank you, Andrea.
Thank you so much.
Please stay in touch with us, stay in touch, and we can move forward. The sooner the better, obviously. You heard the community. And the faster we get this up, the faster we know what's going on.
Great.
Thank you
so
again.
much.
Thank you very much. For that. All right, 1 second. All right, let's move on. I know we have CAG still, budget advocates, but let's move on to item number 15 real quick. 15 is the renaming of ET Park. It's a discussion of possible motion to send letter of support to CD12 and Rex and Parks for changing the name from Porter Ridge Park to ET Park. Let me share my screen real quick, and I know me and Jason will explain everything else. Let's see.
Gabriel, I second your motion.
Thank you. Do you see my screen? I don't know what screen you got. I have multiple screens. Do you see Greg
You're good.
Smith?
It's on there. Greg Smith's
Okay.
letter.
This is the letter we received from Greg Smith's office on June 12th, requesting support to rename the Porter Ridge Park to ET Park. And then soon after that, it was brought to the old board on July 10th meeting, 2019. We discussed it and the board approved unanimously, which is over here. But what we're doing is because 3 years almost have passed, we would like to repass this motion so we can give it. The updates are Universal is accepting the renaming, so we are proceeding. We just want to write a letter of support and back the motion up. Try to. Does anyone have any questions? Jason, you want to add anything to the?
No, I just wanted to make one comment. This is a tremendous opportunity because I think we can get, people like Steven Spielberg, some of the this is going to bring the community together. But I also thought it would be nice to get the schools involved in some kind of maybe art contest or something. And also, I think as part of this renaming, there should be an installation with the pictures from the movie in there, that shows specifically the caterpillar and the hillside where, they're riding the bike. So, I think as part of the letter, we ought to make that suggestion to Rex and Parks. But, you're the land use chair now, so and David and I, we worked on this in the past, but your land use chair, if you want to make the motion. If not, I can make a motion, but
the motion was made and David seconded it.
Okay.
So it's just a matter of discussion right now.
Yeah, I guess who's gonna write the letter and like that kind of thing?
Would you like to write the letter or should I write the letter?
What do you think, David?
But the letter was already written, isn't it? Don't we already have? a
No,
letter?
this is the
We
whole
don't.
letter.
Thinking that we might,
Somebody's gotta write a letter.
I can write the letter, but
that's
we
fine.
got,
Go ahead, Gabriel.
we got Becky and David Lasher questions. Becky, floor is yours.
If I may just say, we have a motion on the floor.
Correct.
We're a discussion about the letter, but I think we all want the park named ET Park. I think we should just call for the vote and then work on the letter. I don't think the letter's part of the motion, the wording or the verbiage in the letter. Is it?
No, just the letter. of
Yeah, so
support.
let's just approve it and then we'll work on the verbiage. And I just want you to know that I've been working with some people in the community as well before this was even brought up, as Gabriel knows, to do some signage in the park with the history of the park. And I'll have that for you at the next meeting. But we've been doing a lot of research on the indigenous community that lived here and what brought the parks there. I mean, I remember I was in ET being filmed in front of my house. I brought my son home from school and there they were. So I think we just approve the letter and then work on, the rest of it later.
Sounds good. And David Lasher?
I was just gonna say, similar to that it would be great to have some interpretive signs so that when someone's standing in the park, they see a picture of the van with after ET escaped, so they know, hey, this is what actually happened here, so they can put that in their head, or the cars coming over the hill from the dead end, that kind of stuff. That'd be great to tie it into that whole project.
Got it. Thank you. All right, let's, any other questions from attendees or panelists? Let's call the vote. I'm not sure if, see if our secretary is here.
I think that her internet is out.
Yeah, she's coming in and out. I'll call the vote. David Lasher?
Yes.
Thank you. David Balin?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. Hilda?
Yes.
Thank you. Jason?
Yes.
Thank you. Louis? Is he here?
Yes.
Thank you. Becky?
Yes.
Thank you. Brandy? Brandy?
Or
Repeat that.
support.
Support. Thank you. Jennifer? Jennifer?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Voss? Voss?
Yes.
Thank you. I know that everybody's tired. It's getting late. Christine is absent.
Well,
Gabriel, yes. And motion passes. And I'll work with everyone regarding this matter. Thank you, everyone. There's another item, which is item number 16. Jason, floor is yours.
Okay. I just wanted to, when they do the renaming, it's important that we put in a event approval form. And the thought was to co-sponsor the naming, have kind of an event surrounding it like we've done in the past when they put the new playgrounds in. And so I put this motion forth so that we could submit the paperwork with the city clerk's office, because they let you know a few days ahead of time and then we have no time to be involved at all. So if we don't put something through, then we're not really going to be involved as the PRNC. We can just go as an individual, but this way we can work with Recs and Parks. We can get the word out. We can have a flyer. We can have refreshments. We can have it all sanctioned through the neighborhood council in collaboration with, the obvious people, which would be Recreation and Parks, CD12, and then I put other entities. So, maybe Universal Pictures or, whoever else decides to get involved. So that's the motion as written in the agenda.
Thank you. I'll second that. Any questions? Becky, floor is yours.
We could, just not a question. I was just gonna say, you know, we can make a big deal out of this. We can make t-shirts, we could get everybody's names on it. We haven't had any outreach, we haven't had any community meetings, but you know, to do an outdoor event, this could be a really big deal. This could be really a nice thing for Porter Ranch. So I just wanted to pass that thought out there.
I agree 100%.
And I don't think it's enough money, to tell you the truth.
So what can happen is we can put it on the agenda to increase it or add to it later at a later meeting, but this way at least the paperwork is submitted, and then we can amend the budget later if we decide we want to put, like you said, t-shirts or other things.
This could be, we can make a big deal out of this. This will be really fun.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I put the motion forth, because I just thought it would be good to do an event surrounding.
Thank you. David Balin?
Yes, just this is going to be a big deal. And believe it or not, I think the councilman's office will put out a lot of money on this, because this is coming down from Greg Smith and it's going into Lee's hands. I think we'll be pleasantly surprised how much money they put out on this. I think it will be big as well. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And without any objection, I don't see any more hands up, but let's call a vote. David Lasher? David Lasher?
Sorry, fighting a meeting, yes.
Thank you. David Balin?
Yes.
Thank you, Hilda.
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Louis?
Yes.
Becky?
Yes.
Brandy?
Yes.
Thank you. Jennifer?
Yes, absolutely.
Excellent. Abbas?
Yes.
Thank you. Christine is still absent. Yeah, I don't see her. Okay. And Gabriel, 100%. Motion passes. Looking forward to this. All right. Let's go back up on the agenda. Let's go to treasurer's report real quick. If you can make it quick.
Sure. So I have a update here on the amount available. It's $29,281.45. We can roll over 10,000 as far as we know right now. So that leaves at least 19,000 that we want to make sure we spend so that we don't give it back to the city. And I'll just keep it short. There hasn't been too much. The environmental health, the NPG for environmental health was denied. And so that's not factored into, so we still have 29,000. Any questions?
No questions, no hands up. Awesome. Let's move forward. Item number 9. Jason?
Okay. Do you want to pull up the MER?
Yes, sir. I could do that. 1 second. I got it.
Just about all of our expenses are regular.
Can you see it? This is
Yeah.
November one. Awesome.
Yeah, so storage, you know, the expenses that are kind of going up are the minutes have been not too much, but the expenses that have been going up are like the Wendy was $518. I think we've normally been around $250. Her rate now is $125 per hour. So it's important that we try and do as much as we can on our own on some of these things, but you know, I understand we all have our own lives and we're busy. So I think right now we're kind of struggling to take on some of the tasks that Winnie has been done. But I think one of the things I want to stress is that some of the things that are being done, I don't know if those are being cleared with the board. Like a lot of stuff is being posted and I'm not sure, is she doing things upon your request?
She asked me to put it up, or I send her stuff to put up. depending on what's sent to us from LAPD or any other organization.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure that it's like all the stuff that's being done is upon our request
Correct.
and that it's not, you know, just putting stuff up because like LAPD, they have their own website. I think it's important for us to be promoting like what we're doing, you know, or stuff that impacts Porter Ranch. Like I saw about Henry Stern, you know, that definitely impacts Porter Ranch. But a lot of this stuff can be found on other websites. It can be in the email blast because it takes a lot of time. Every time we put something on the website, it's like $100, you know?
Our expense should have gone down because this is November we're looking at. So December or January should be.
So I sent the board the last invoice so everybody can review it. So just, you know, let's keep in mind, let's just try and promote what is Porter Ranch stuff and what is our stuff, what we're doing. Like, I'm glad to see that, you know, the parade, our participation in the parade was up there. You know, that's stuff that we're doing. So, you know, I think it's important. We don't need to be promoting everyone else's stuff.
Exactly.
Let's just do our stuff. That's just my.
Thank you. Is there a second on the motion for the MER?
I'll second it.
Becky seconds it. Any other comments or questions? I don't see any hands up. I see David Balin. Floor is yours.
Yes, I just want to remind the board that since you guys brought up Wendy, I reviewed what Jason sent us, and I'll tell you what she's charging us for the time that's allotted for her to do what she's doing. It's ridiculous. It doesn't take that long to update things. So, you know, I would say don't get me wrong, she's great at writing stories, but her input, we're paying way too much. We really need to start looking out elsewhere because I would say her inputting should only be taking the most 15 to 20 minutes total. And then, you know, this is coming from, you know, somebody who's done it because I learned from ESOM and it's definitely out of hand. So I agree with Gabriel and I agree with Jason. We just need to start doing more of these things on our own. So it's or is that, or just find somebody who's a lot cheaper. So, and I know there's other neighborhood councils that are using other services that are much cheaper. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Becky?
I think Wendy does a tremendous job and always has, and she understands it better than anyone else would that we could hire. My opinion only. That's it.
Thank you. And we have Mike Benedetto, and I will call the vote. Mike, floor is yours.
Thank you. I just wanted to let you guys know that our council, we post as much as we want or as little as we want, and there's no extra charge.
And who do you use?
That's Aaron.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, well, they changed the rules now. We used to have to go off of a list of approved providers, but now you can use anybody you want. They changed that recently, just so you guys are aware.
Thank you, Jason, for that update.
But Wendy does do a good job, but you know, 125 is a lot, honestly. I mean, I don't know how many of you guys make $125 an hour, but it's quite a bit. I think it could be more reasonable. It's even the developer, the web developer makes, I think, 75. You know, and that's real technical stuff, you know, doing web pages. So I think, you know, more reasonable would be like maybe in the $40 range. But anyways, that's a separate discussion.
Thank you. Let's move ahead and, I have Hilda. Hilda, floor is yours.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that maybe we can talk to her and maybe she can adjust the price. I don't know her, but if she's doing a good job and we can just keep her, and because everybody has things to do with their own life. And then if she knows what she's doing, as I hear she is, maybe she could adjust the price and then we could move forward.
Yeah, I tried to ask her and she said no. And that was back when she was charging like 110. But maybe she'll change her mind, you know?
Yeah, I hope so. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Hilda. Let's call the vote on the MER. David Lasher,
Yes.
thank you. David Balin,
Yes.
Hilda,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Louis,
Yes.
Becky,
Yes.
thank you. Brandy,
Yes.
thank you. Jennifer,
Yes, this new Omicron variant.
Yes.
thank you. Voss,
Yes.
Hey, just
thank you. Christine is absent. 1 second. All right, there we go. Absent. And Gabriel, yes. And motion passes. Thank you. Jason, item number 10.
It's the next one, right?
Correct.
While you're pulling it up,
I got it up.
everybody, if you can unmute yourself so we can just get right through this one. December, keep going. It's the same stuff. It's operational. Yeah, that's about it. I mean, it's all on the website. That was for the street fair, yeah.
I second.
So Voss seconds it. Any questions? No hands up. Let's call the vote. David Lasher.
Yes.
Thank you, David Balin.
Yes.
Hilda,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Louis,
Yes.
Becky,
Yes.
Brandy.
Yes.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Yes.
Thank you, Voss.
Yes.
Christine is absent. Gabriel, yes. Motion passes. Thank you. Let's go to item 11, budget advocates. If you could do it real quick, Glenn, I think you're still here, right? Yeah, you are. 1 second. And then we still have CAG 2 and should be almost done.
In the minutes.
Yeah, and then the minutes.
Let's see.
Can we just get, I don't mean to interrupt, can't we just get through everything we have to vote on first and
Should
make it pass?
You want to do the minutes?
Yeah, well, we got the minutes and we have the Caltrans updates and discussion. Should we go to item number 20? Let's go to item number 20.
The minutes,
Yeah,
October 13th.
I'll make a motion to approve the October 13th, 2021 draft minutes.
I'll
I'll
second it.
Who seconded it?
David Balin.
Becky and David, you choose.
You can let
David,
Becky have it.
you go ahead, David.
All right, October 13th, 2021. I just want to make notes here. Any questions? Any comments? Perfect. Let's call the vote. David Lasher.
Yes.
Thank you, David Balin.
Yes.
Hilda,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Louis,
Yes.
Becky,
Yes.
Brandy,
Yes.
Jennifer.
Yes.
Okay, Voss.
Yes.
Thank you. Christine is absent still. Gabriel, yes. Motion passes. Hallelujah on that one. October 13 minutes.
Okay.
All right, November 6th. I'll make a motion to approve November 16, 2021 minutes.
I second.
Voss seconds. One second, November 16. All right, any comments? All right, let's call the vote. David Lasher,
Yes.
David Balin.
Yes.
Thank you, Hilda,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Louis,
Yes.
Becky.
Yes.
Thank you, Brandy.
Yeah. Yes.
Excellent. Jennifer,
Yes.
Voss,
Yes.
Christine is absent. Gabriel, yes. Motion passes. All right. So we got item number 17. Jason, it's yours.
Yeah, I just wanted to put this back on the agenda. I think that we still need, there's still work to do on the 118 freeway. Voss, do you want to help me with this item? Because, and Becky too, I just need some help. I don't have as much time as I used to, but there's still a lot of brush, a lot of fallen trees. We need to put requests in. We need to keep calling, keep working with the community, but I think we need to get all that stuff cleared, so I just want to ask some help, and I want to keep putting this on the agenda until it gets resolved, because that's going to keep everybody engaged, and let's keep working with, your HOA and you know, closer down the road towards Reseda, there's a lot of dead brush there, you know, it's needs work. So that's all, that's why I wanted to put this on, not to necessarily put a motion in, but just to ask for some help with other council members to kind of help.
Well, I'm happy to help you, Jason. Just let me know. Also, I have my hand up, so I'm not interrupting, but they didn't do a very good job cleaning up, and I'd like to talk to Vossier Homeowners Association again to see what they did about the sprinkler systems, etc. So why don't the three of us work on it and we'll revisit this. But thanks for bringing it up.
Now let's the three of us work together. If we can get some pictures of, you know, let's try and, you know, safely pull over, take some pictures, and let's engage, you know, some of the people from your HOA, Voss, like
Yeah,
Susan.
Yeah, my recommendation is if you can write them a letter and maybe they can reply us with the updates and what is still left over, because what I was giving the update was from the back of my house, and I was going to update them in the meeting on 6th of January. They said they know it. So I assume that there was another spot. So they might be knowing about that also. I think that has been done also, but I cannot commit on that.
But you know, just understand, we're talking about the whole area, you know,
Yeah.
it's not just your HOA. So we have to think about, you know, like from Porter Ranch Drive, or even like from Mason, all the way down to like Balboa, for example, just roughly. Our zone ends around maybe Zelza area, but you know, that there's a lot of work that needs to be done beyond that. So try and think, you know.
Yeah, but no, my recommendation, as I said, is that if you can write them a letter, what is still left for them, and I can follow up on that letter with them.
Yeah, let's get something going on this, okay?
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, everyone. So no action on this item.
Becky wants to say something.
Go ahead, Becky.
My hand, I did have my hand up. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Just to let you know that Shepherd of the Hills is offered to help us with this. So we can go through Paula Gratiam, and she will help put some volunteers together to help us with this as well.
Wonderful.
I've been in touch with her.
Oh, good.
Perfect. Thank you. And I think she's here too. So thank you, Paula. Let's move on then. No action on the item. Let's go to updates by CAG, item number 12. Let's see.
You skip over budget advocates?
Oh,
I still have that. I'm gonna do that one right after this one. I'm gonna do CAG, budget advocates, board comments, and adjourn.
Thank you, Glenn.
I promoted Craig.
You got him? Okay. I saw him disappear, so you grabbed him by the time I saw him.
Yeah, hi, I had to rejoin. Screen sharing, please. And while we're waiting for that, it's tough to read the room. Is Blake Clayton still on from Sheila Kuehl's office?
No.
No, they left, I believe.
Try sharing your screen, Craig. You should be able to.
Thank you.
Yeah, I let you right now. I gave you access.
Okay, thank you. So I had a longer presentation, which I thought would be very appropriate for Blake. But since you know, it's already 10 o'clock and you guys have pushed the CAG to this point in your agenda, I'm going to do 3 slides and then I'm going to take questions, because I think that's where you guys are with this topic. At least that's the impression I'm getting. If I'm wrong, please tell me. Let's see. So 2.5 years, we've been very clear what we want. Their top concerns remain the same. Base bottom line, we do not know what we've been exposed to. So all of you and all of your stakeholders have no idea what we've truly been exposed to. Remember this is the metric to track progress being made. And while we're all excited about the ongoing air monitoring, keep in mind it's been 38 months since that monies were approved. The chemical exposure list, this is why it was so important for Blake to be on this call. The Board of Supervisors has told DPH not to pursue legal means to get that information. So I think that's really important that that be brought back up to Sheila Kuehl's office. And I think PRNC can play a critical role in that. Look, I'm going to take questions because I just reiterating once again, clinical evaluations are the only way to truly understand what happened to us, because we don't know what we're exposed to. The air monitoring is garbage. And that was testified by the think tanks in Sacramento. Here are the people that are responsible. They've already spent over $1.2 million as of September. I'm sure they've spent more since then. The CAG has been incredibly clear on what the community wants, to no avail. DPH refuses to subpoena. The clinical study is the only logical path to go from, and the CAG has been put on hiatus while DPH is in the RFP process with no explanation of why that rationale. And the last we heard was DPH is probably a year away from even commencing a study. Suggested actions, I've shared this with you guys maybe 6 or 7 times. These are actions I think you guys can take as a council to support your stakeholders. And I'll make this available once again to anybody that wants to pick up the ball and write some letters. You know, renaming it ET Park is a wonderful thing, and I'm glad you guys are focusing on that. You want to really help the stakeholders? Here it is. Q&A, guys, however you want to handle this, I'm fine with it.
Thank you, Craig. And just want to clarify, we do care a lot about the situation, but there's been it's been a crazy day on the agenda. Well, a lot of guests.
I could see you juggling, Gabe.
It's been, yeah.
Yeah.
Any questions from the board? Craig, have you been in contact with Ben, the one that took over with David Mesa? Are you guys in speaking order, or have you cut them off completely, or where do we stand on that?
I wouldn't say we've cut anybody off.
Okay.
We would have any communication appropriate, but no, we haven't. I heard of Ben for the first time tonight.
Okay, same as me. Okay, just want to make sure if you guys were speaking prior or not, or where that stands.
No, and Mesa never reached out to the CAG, by the way.
Okay, because I had emailed with Mesa about 3 months ago, and he said it's no longer part of SoCal Gas, and I never heard back again. And this is the first time I heard about Ben, so just want to clarify that.
Okay.
Jason?
Hey, Craig, can you go back to the slide where you had the PRNC? Yeah. I mean, so like we have Sheila Kuehl now representing us, so I recused, but you know, didn't we approve, they've approved some letters already. Maybe they need to go to the new, you know, re-voted on, we have a new board. But my other comment is, you know, we usually had 2 representatives. So if there's someone else who can work alongside you to kind of, you know, put these items together and send them to Gabriel, I mean, you're our representative, and Gabriel sets the agenda. And so if something you feel needs to be put on the agenda that, you know, we can put it on. It's just, you know, sometimes we don't have anything on the agenda, and sometimes we got way too much stuff. So, you know, I think now is a good opportunity with the new supervisor coming in. I guess that's just kind of my my 2 cents in a general.
Well, yeah, you guys need a champion inside. You need a champion inside the neighborhood council to get these sort of things done. I'll be glad to help. And if you guys offer me some guidance of how to navigate to get these such letters done, I'd be happy to help you. But yeah, there's a lacking of a champion within.
Thank you, Craig. I got participants raising their hands. 1 second.
Jason, does that answer your question? Does that help? I don't mean.
Yeah, I guess the letters were already approved, but have they been posted on our website? Those letters that the board approved?
Everything should be posted on the website.
We have a section on there that says letters. And so, for example, if we send a letter out to the supervisor that the board approved, well, we have a new supervisor now, right? I think on the chemical list, right? So the letter's already been written and voted on.
I don't recall a letter on the chemical list or demanding subpoena.
Chemical list, I think we might have done it some days.
I think you're right, now that I recall.
So those letters should be put on the website. If they aren't, then, you know, that's important. I think that all the letters that we approve need to be on the website. I know it's more work, but, you know, once again, we can get trained to be able to do that. and easily put any letters, and I have a lot of these letters. I don't have those letters, but I have some of the other ones, so.
So maybe a good use of the very limited time we have tonight is, why don't we assign somebody to work with me to help draft these letters and get them on your agenda next month?
Yeah, I think, Gabriel, we need to, everybody who has letters that were approved should like send them to Gabriel, and we should, find out what we approved, and any letters that were approved should go on the website so the stakeholders can see, oh, okay, there's the letter that, I remember that. And, it's just transparency. We should have all the letters that we approved should go on the website. So that's all.
And the only letter on this list is the subpoena. The other 5 items, nothing's been done.
No, I don't remember anything on the other 5 items. You're right. So we can bring motions to the table for a special meeting or next month. Definitely. If anybody wants to bring a motion or etc. Becky, go ahead.
I think that, before we go on a letter writing campaign, I think that we should demand a meeting with Sheila Kuehl personally with our board and sit down and talk to her face to face and just tell her exactly how we feel. I don't know why a personal approach is much more effective than writing a letter. And they're not responding to letters anyway. The other thing is, when does she term out? This year? And then there's people running for her position. So, I think we want to kind of look at how we're going to, a good use of time for all of these things right now, and maybe vote for somebody who's going to be in our corner because I think she's stepping down. So
She's not going for re-election.
Pardon me?
She's not up for re-election.
Okay, and so I think that, that's a side of it that we really need to nurture, is whoever we put in there has to be really proactive about this whole thing, the gas leak and everything, and we've got to have somebody on our side. And I don't know, do you guys think meeting with her would be worth our time? I don't think writing a letter is worth the paper it's written on right now. Just my opinion. I think the personal approach is the best approach. She's new to us. She should come and meet us. This is a big deal. It's a big deal. So my opinion.
She sent 2 reps today, but she didn't show up herself.
Yeah, I agree with Becky. I agree.
And we should demand that she comes and meets with us.
Yep.
I mean, listen, we pay a lot in tax. And I don't like to say that because we're very blessed that we can, but we pay a lot of taxes. She's getting a lot of money to represent us. She needs to come and meet with us personally.
That's right.
And I'll just really quickly, because I know David and Brenda are waiting, but when you're leaving office, that can be a good thing too. If you think about it, maybe they're going to do something good for the community, and it's not so political, you know what I'm saying? So.
And maybe we should write a letter asking her, and we should go into her office and ask her to meet.
Well, Gabriel can make that request through the representative.
Correct.
We can make it on our own. I don't think.
Yeah, we don't need a motion or anything. I mean, Gabriel represents us. He can just,
I see what you're saying, yeah.
Just make a request for her to attend the next meeting or something,
Okay.
And let her in writing, turn it down. We'll see what happens.
Sounds good.
That's great action, guys.
Mm-hmm.
It's a start, at least, right?
Yep.
I'll try and keep you posted. I think the CAG will be asking for a meeting as well.
Great.
Keep me
let
posted, yeah.
We'll be there, Craig.
Oh, that'd be great. That would be great.
Thank you, David.
I really wanted to piggyback on Blake's getting the download from DPH. And as he should, right? Kuehl should hear from DPH.
Oh, yes.
But as stakeholders said, they should hear our side of the story too.
100%. David Bailey?
Yeah, quick note. Maybe you should reach out to Esam, because he might have some of the letters that we should post that he can forward to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Randy?
I make a motion for a special meeting all about Aliso items and volunteer to help Craig.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy.
Sounds good. And then let's see, I see other questions from the attendees. Patty, floor is yours.
I just want to point out that Henry Stern is running for her seat. And personally, I think he'll be great to carry on for our area as her replacement.
Thank you, Patty. And Assad?
Yes, I echo on what Patty's saying. Henry Stern has been a great support for us and all that. Plus, there is no harm in inviting her. She at this stage she's still there, the official. I doubt she's going to do much, but we have to honor all our officials and maintain channels of diplomatic dialogue until we get something. But let's go with Henry and try to support him get there, so that this way at least we know we have someone we trust in the driver's seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Assad. And with no other further questions, Greg, you want to add anything to anything?
No, I just really welcome you guys engaging very vigorously, because the other neighborhood councils are kind of scratching their heads why you guys aren't leading this. I'm just being honest.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we're trying. We're here. If anything you need, always email me, please.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Gabe. Thank you. I'll reach out to both you and Brandy, and we'll get that going. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And let's move on to CAG. Sorry, CAG, or not CAG, Budget Advocates. Sorry, making you wait. Let's add you in the meeting.
He's already in there.
Is he? Oh, he's here already. All right. Glenn, floor is yours.
Actually, I understand Brian is on, so he's your
Oh,
official.
yeah.
But I'll chime on in if he doesn't say everything.
Yeah, Brian is coming in. Oh, wait.
There he is.
Hello, council.
Hello.
It's been a long night, so I'm not going to hold you up. The budget advocates are finalizing or trying to finalize their white paper reports. So that's the majority of the effort that's going on. There are two meetings coming up. One is on this Saturday, which is a regular budget advocate meeting, and there will be discussion on done there, from what I understand. And there's also, want to remind you, the 29th is a town hall in which it will be all about done. So I would recommend that you attend those. You got some information on what's going to be presented there. As I understand it in conversations with Raquel and myself, they're on a campaign to get their budget increased dramatically, and the majority of that, as she mentioned today, is $1 million for outreach for the elections. And I think it is very important that people start listening to what's going on at Dunn, because in my opinion, and only my opinion, there's a lot to unpack there, and what Dunn is doing and how they're doing it and why they're doing it. I think everyone should begin to be very concerned about that. So that said, if you have any other questions about any of this, I'll be happy to try to address them. Or, as you know, Glenn's here and so is Gary.
Thank you. Are there any questions, board? No attendees? Nope, that was pretty quick. Thank you, Brian.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Glenn. And let's move on to updates from board members and committees.
I do.
All right, Hilda, go for it.
Okay, so I just want to let you guys know that I'm in connection with the Porter Ranch Community School. And also I'm working with Becky with Castle Bay, working on enhancing Castle Bay as well. So far, we'll update you later.
Thank you, Hilda.
Can I just say one thing to Hilda?
Of
Yes.
course.
Yeah, I'm on the board at Castle Bay, and you really want to talk to Linda with Path. You can just email treasurer, I believe, at Path. I believe you can get their website there and just reach out to her, because I know they have something MPG. I think that they want to. They're looking for some support. So
Okay, thank you.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you, David Balin.
Yes, and Hilda, I want to commend you. I know that I spoke with Avak Demerjian. He's a very good friend of mine. I was at the school from K through 8. He says he's looking forward to working with you, so I applaud you for reaching out to him. He's a great guy.
Of course.
Also, you might want to reach out to Evan Press. He's acting president right now for the Boosters, and you might want to sit in on one of their meetings, or even want to hit up the general counsel. But I put in a good word, and I told him that you're so valued here. So congrats. So on that one, you're in good hands at both of those schools. On the sustainability, so I know the board had some discussions regarding Walmart and the gas station. So I just want to let everybody know that Walmart is not moving forward with the gas station. So that's done. So there shouldn't be no more discussion about that. That has been squashed. The sustainability will be moving forward, working with Walmart. I think we're going to try and implement some EV stations there. Also, we're working on putting hopefully some more EV stations inside Porter Ranch as well. I think that's it for sustainability. If anybody has any questions regarding the Walmart gas station, you're more than welcome to reach out to me. But once again, will not be moving forward with that. So thank you.
Hey, David, you want to talk about the youth committee a little bit? Because we're going to have a meeting coming up.
I don't know. Was Madison still here?
No, I mean, just like what we're talking about with the artists and or you want me to talk about that?
Well, you can talk about it, but I wasn't sure if Madison wanted to talk about the youth committee, if she was still here.
I didn't see her here at the meeting.
Oh, no, she was.
Let's
see if she's
not
still
here anymore.
Past bedtime. I get it.
Yeah.
But I will tell you that the youth committee, Madison Cha, who's our chair, all of our students that participate in the youth committee are just brilliant. And I'm so honored that they're involved with the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council, because basically the other neighborhood councils are looking to emulate what we do. So she's working along with Jason as well as myself. She's with the attempting to get the grant. And so on that note, Jason, you can go ahead, but I do know that there's a youth committee coming up probably in the next week or so. So once it gets posted, anybody that would like to attend and see what a youth does to run a meeting, please just watch. You'll be impressed. I'm honored just to be able to sit back and let them do what they do. So Jason, go ahead with yours. Thank you.
Yeah. So as far as the beautification committee, I basically am just trying to execute this grant, which we got approved. And so I've been working with Madison and the some of the students at Granada for the painting of the trash cans, because we need to get artists to paint those trash cans. And then I have to get a letter from Rex and Parks to support the project or allow the project to move forward. But right now we got to get the paperwork for the artwork submitted. So that's kind of holding things up. So we're trying to get
she finished all that paperwork. Did you get that?
Yeah, but we need to get like some sketches and stuff like that. So we'll work on that at the youth committee. But that's basically the focus. I want to finish up what we started before starting anything else. Honestly, I don't have a lot of time. So
thank you, Jason. Any other panelists? Any committees? Nothing?
Yeah, just like on the Rules and Bylaws Committee, the Neighborhood Empowerment Advocate Gibson, who is with our council, he had told us in the last meeting he will be sending us the amended template. We are still waiting for that. And once we get it, then we'll start working to amend our bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you, boss. Becky?
Yeah, just wanted to, as a public safety chair, I just, wanted to thank John Parker, our senior lead officer, for making such a great presentation. And I don't have anything else to report on right now. So thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Any other comments? All right, awesome. Oh, yeah, I see Becky's hand up still.
No, I'll take it down.
Okay. And next meeting will be on February 9th. And I will send the board an email about a couple of dates for the special meeting, so we can discuss it and see if we can make it happen with Raquel and Empower LA. And as you heard, everybody needs to be in agreement on that date. And it will be a 6 o'clock meeting once we all agree. So I'll send out options probably tonight or tomorrow. Please, all of you reply so we can set this up ASAP and proceed. Other than that, without any objection, let's adjourn the meeting at 10:22 p.m., 2 hours after I expected this meeting to end. Have a wonderful evening, everyone.
All
Thank you
righty.
for coming.
Happy New Year.
Thank you. Happy New Year as well.
Happy New Year. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, and see you soon.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye all. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy.